हेलो एवरीवन। मैं मनीष तिवारी स्वागत करता हूं आपका वेब डेव वाईटी के एक नए लाइव स्ट्रीम वीडियो में। आज के इस लाइव स्ट्रीम का टॉपिक है नेक्स्ट जेएस ऑथेंटिकेशन ऐप। इस आज के इस लाइव स्ट्रीम में हम कंप्लीट फुल ऑथेंटिकेशन एक एप्लीकेशन को क्रिएट करेंगे विद इन आवर नेक्स्ट जेएस एप्लीकेशन। Okay, so I hope you already aware about what is Next.js. So Next.js, but जिनको Next.js के बारे में नहीं पता है उनको मैं एक छोटा सा यू कैन सी द ओवरव्यू दे देता हूँ व्हाट इज Next.js। Next.js एक कंप्लीट फ्रेमवर्क है जिसमें हम अपने वेबसाइट को डेवलप कर सकते हैं। ओके, सो इफ यू आर क्रिएटिंग एप्लीकेशन इन Next.js, तो आप उसमें फ्रंट एंड का कोड भी और साथ साथ बैक एंड का कोड Next.js में लिख सकते हैं। ओके, सो आज के इस लाइव स्ट्रीम में हम फ्रॉम स्क्रैच से हम एक कंप्लीट ऑथेंटिकेशन एप्लीकेशन को क्रिएट करेंगे। ओके, सो इन जो एप्लीकेशन हम क्रिएट करेंगे उसमें हम Next.js का यूज़ करेंगे। दैट इज द प्राइमरी थिंग। देन along with Next.js हम यूज करेंगे Tailwind CSS, okay, to create the UI. Okay, along with it we'll use Prisma. Okay, so Prisma हम डाटाबेस क्वेरी के लिए यूज करेंगे और डाटाबेस के लिए हम रिलेशनल डाटाबेस लाइक पोस्टग्रेस SQL का यूज करेंगे। Okay, and also we will manage our session cookies, okay, into our application. And apart from it we will also use email verification. Okay, so while creating an account into our application हम यूजर के ईमेल पर एक OTP सेंड करेंगे फॉर द वेरिफिकेशन। ओके, सो वी विल implement the email verification functionality also, and also will implement the forget password feature. ओके, एंड आल्सो फॉरगेट पासवर्ड में भी हम ईमेल वेरिफिकेशन के थ्रू ही हम पासवर्ड को रीसेट करेंगे। ओके, सो इफ एनी इफ यूजर वांट टू इफ ही फॉरगेट हिज पासवर्ड, से अपना पासवर्ड याद नहीं है और ही गो विथ फॉरगेट पासवर्ड, देन we'll send an OTP to his email. Okay, and then we'll if he enter the correct OTP, then we'll navigate into reset password page, जहाँ पर वो अपने पासवर्ड को रीसेट कर सकता है। So this is the entire overview how our application will look like. Okay, but before I start coding I want you to show the flow, how our application will work. Okay, now I want to demonstrate you. So for that मैंने ऑलरेडी एक Next.js ऑथेंटिकेशन एप्लीकेशन क्रिएट किया है फॉर द डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन पर्पज ओनली। ओके, डोंट वरी, हम इस एप्लीकेशन को स्क्रैच से क्रिएट करेंगे। ओके, सो हम इस एप्लीकेशन को स्क्रैच से क्रिएट करेंगे। दिस इज फॉर द डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन पर्पज ओनली, जिससे कि आपको एक आइडिया मिल जाए कि हम हमारा एप्लीकेशन कैसे वर्क करेगा। ओके, सो दिस इज द होम पेज वी कैन से। ओके, जहाँ पर हमने सिंपल सा हेडिंग लिखा है Next.js ऑथेंटिकेशन ऐप, एंड देन उसके नीचे एक डिस्क्रिप्शन है, अ सिंपल एप्लीकेशन विथ ऑथेंटिकेशन using Next.js Prisma and Postgres SQL. Okay, and then after that you can see 3 button: login, sign up, and go to dashboard, which will be a protected route. Okay, so in our application, okay, a login the dashboard will be the protected route, कि हम बिना अपने एप्लीकेशन में लॉग इन किए हम डैशबोर्ड को विजिट नहीं कर सकते, डैशबोर्ड पेज को। apart from it, if we did not हम यदि लॉग्ड इन है तो हम स्टिल वी कैन गो विथ लॉग इन और साइन अप, बट वी कांट नेविगेट टू डैशबोर्ड पेज। हम डैशबोर्ड पेज पर नहीं जाते विदाउट लॉग इन। एंड वाइस वर्सा, यदि हम लॉग्ड इन है तो हम ना तो लॉग इन पेज को एक्सेस कर सकते हैं और ना ही साइन अप पेज को एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। So this kind of like protected routes, protected and unprotected routes we'll try to implement into our application. Now let's see. Currently you can see कि मैं अपने application में login नहीं है. So if at this time if I try to go to dashboard page, यदि मैं dashboard page पर जाना चाहूँ, so if I click on dashboard, so now you will see it will prevent me to go to dashboard page. Here you can see, okay. सो जैसा कि था मैंने डैशबोर्ड पेज पर के बटन पर क्लिक किया था, लेकिन इंस्टेड ऑफ नेविगेटिंग मी टू डैशबोर्ड पेज, हमारे वेबसाइट ने मुझे लाइक एप्लीकेशन ने हमें लॉगिन पेज पर रिडायरेक्ट किया है। सिंस हम अभी लॉग्ड इन नहीं है, इसलिए उसने मुझे डैशबोर्ड पेज की जगह पर लॉगिन पेज पर रिडायरेक्ट किया है। नाउ हियर इफ यू हैव ऑलरेडी हैव एन अकाउंट, you can enter your credential and log in, okay. And here you can see I have also given the forget password feature, which I will explain later, okay. Let's go with the step by step flow. So यदि आपके पास यदि अकाउंट नहीं है for the first time, if you are going to any website, so obviously you don't have any account, so there you can see the different kind of option, okay. Like अभी तो आपको like almost on every site you can see the some social media login, like here you can see login via Google, login via GitHub, login via LinkedIn, okay. So these are the OAuth library which you will see most of the application, but for the like this application we will focus on email and password login, like login via email and password only, okay. We will not go with the third party, okay, authentication application, okay. We'll focus on login via email and password, okay. So if you already have created your account here, okay, like if you already entered your email address and password, and if you already created, then you can use here to log in. But if user visit for the first time, कोई यूजर the first time application पर आता है, तो अब इसलिए वो साइन लॉगिन नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि उसने अभी अकाउंट नहीं क्रिएट किया है। सो फॉर दैट इफ यू डोंट हैव पासवर्ड, सॉरी डोंट हैव अकाउंट, so you can still go with sign up step. So here you just need to click on the sign up. जैसे आप sign up पर क्लिक करेंगे, it will navigate you to the sign up page, okay. So here you can see this is the sign up page, okay, जहाँ पर आप अपना email, sorry name, email address and password enter करके अकाउंट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, okay. And if you already have an account, you can still go with the login. So now what I will do, I will create a account, okay. So I will name it as webdev.it, okay. Now I can enter the email address, okay. So here I can enter the dummy email address also, okay, but this is for the demo development purpose only, okay. So if you want your actual email address also, okay, but for the testing purpose what I want, I will go with the like you can say some dummy email address, okay. So for this application I will use mail trap, okay. So what is mail trap, okay, I will explain you. So like if you are implementing some email sending feature into your application in development, okay, in development state, so you can go with mail trap. Like mail trap is an application which provide you to like implement the similar kind of like जिससे कि आप मैसेज को नॉट मैसेज ईमेल को सेंड कर सकते हैं, similar kind of architecture you can implement here, okay. So here what you need to go, first thing you need to log in to the mail trap, okay. So what I will log in here, and once you log in, okay, it will navigate you to the home page, okay. So just wait for some time, Okay, so here you can implement, don't worry, I will explain you also mailtime in while coding also कि what is mailtime, कैसा हम mailtime से credential ले सकते हैं, for but for this demonstration. So guys, welcome back. So मेरा internet, I got disconnected from the internet, but don't worry, I'm back online. I hope आपको मेरा वीडियो एंड ऑडियो सब सही आ रहा होगा. Okay, so now I will repeat my step. So I was on the I was explaining what is mail trap. Okay. So mail trap की हेल्प से हम जो अपना ईमेल, जो हम ओटीपी सेंड करेंगे ईमेल पर, so that kind of feature we can implement using mail trap. Okay, like what it has for us, like it helps developer to implement, like mail trap से हमें क्रेडेंशियल, like मेल ट्रैप हमें क्रेडेंशियल देता है. ओके, और उस क्रेडेंशियल का यूज़ हम अपने एप्लीकेशन में करते हैं, जिससे कि हम जो हम ईमेल पर कोई भी डेमो ईमेल एड्रेस हम यूज़ करते हैं, सो जो भी हम मैसेज अपने एप्लीकेशन से हम सेंड करते हैं, सो इंस्टेड ऑफ इट सेंड टू द एक्चुअल ईमेल एड्रेस, लाइक यदि हम एक्चुअल ईमेल एड्रेस भी यूज़ कर रहे हैं, so instead of sending mail to those email address, it will send the mail to mail trap. So like for the a simple word if I explain it, so जो भी हम email address यहाँ पर हम यूज़ करेंगे, whether it's valid or not, like genuine or not, so जो भी हम ईमेल एड्रेस यहाँ पे यूज़ करेंगे और उस पर यदि हम कोई भी मेल सेंड करते हैं, सो वो मेल हमें मेल ट्रैप के इनबॉक्स में रिसीव होता है. ओके, सो फॉर द डेवलपमेंट पर्पस और कैन सी द फॉर द लर्निंग पर्पस we can go with mail trap. Okay, because we want to implement a similar kind of feature, but if you want to test with your actual email address also, I will guide you, like I will let you know कि हम उसे कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं. Okay, so now here where we can see our email. Okay, so I will show you. So if you go to the email testing, so here you can see your inbox. Okay, so if you click on the inbox, so here you can see all the mail. Okay, which will जो भी मेल आपके ईमेल एड्रेस पे सेंड होगा वो आपको यहाँ पर रिसीव होगा. ओके, एंड हियर यू कैन सी द जो हम ईमेल एड्रेस यूज़ करते हैं अपने एप्लीकेशन, यू कैन सी दैट ईमेल एड्रेस, लाइक टू जो भी हम ईमेल एड्रेस इस ईमेल पर सेंड करेंगे वो हमें इस पर्टिकुलर ईमेल पर न रिसीव होकर यहाँ पर इस इनबॉक्स में शो होगा. ओके, सो नाउ व्हाट आई विल डू, आई विल enter you can say email address. So email address will be webdevyt@gmail.com. Okay, it's an you can say a dummy email address because this email address is not available, and like I have not created instead, but it there can be an email address with this id. I don't know because there are million, billion, trillion of user which are creating account on Google, so there might be a case कि email address हो सकता है, but I just let you know that I haven't created this Google account with this email address. Okay, so for my case, it's a, you can say, dummy email address. So I have like for creating an account, I have used name as webdevyt, email as webdevyt@gmail.com, and I will use a password, random password. Okay, as you can see, it's an admin@123. Now what I will do, I will click on this sign up to create an account. Okay, just creating an account, you can say I have given a, until it's creating an account, you can say it's showing creating an account, and until that our button is disabled. So we will handle those case also into our application. Okay, so just wait for some time until it's creating an account. Yeah, here you can see our account is created. Okay, you can see it said verify your email. Okay, so the step of creating account, सबसे पहले आप अपना credential enter करते हैं, then you click on the sign up button. Once you click on the sign up button, it will send a OTP to the user's email address, okay, for the verification purpose. Okay, so you can go to your mail trap. Okay, and here if you refresh it, I just click on this refresh button. Now here you can see I got a mail, verify your email address. Okay, and here you can see the email address which I have used, webdevyt@gmail.com. Okay, so if I click on it, you can see the actual mail. Okay, currently I am facing low internet, that's why it's taking some time to load, but yeah, here you can see the email address, sorry, not email address, the email content is verify your email address, thank you for signing up. Okay, please use the following OTP to verify your email address. Here you can see the OTP. Okay, and also there is an expiration time on OTP. Okay, like this OTP is only valid for 10 minutes. Okay, after that it will expire. Okay, so now what I will do, I will copy this email address. Just wait for some time, guys. Seems like I got disconnected. Just let me know, guys, if you can hear my voice or not, like chat box. Sorry for the interruption, guys. Okay, like currently I'm facing low internet issue, so that's why my stream is also get, okay, my stream will lag kara. So if you also feeling facing the same thing, you can message me in chat box, I will try to fix. Okay, now what I will do, I will copy this OTP. OTP copy करते हैं और application पर जाता है. Okay, and here you can enter the OTP. Also one more thing I forgot to tell you. Okay, we will also provide a resend OTP button. Okay, so like once we hit send a OTP to users email address, what we'll do, we'll हम एक टाइमर भी, काउंटडाउन टाइमर भी रन करेंगे, जो कि फ्रॉम 60 सेकंड से 0 सेकंड तक रन होगा. सो until that our recent OTP button will be disabled. जैसे वो काउंटडाउन टाइमर वो समाप्त होगा, हम बटन को इनेबल करेंगे और यूजर को दोबारा OTP सेंड करने के लिए बटन प्रोवाइड करेंगे. सो ऑन क्लिकिंग ऑन दैट बटन, user can resend OTP to his email address. Okay, so now you can, how it will do now, if I click on this resend OTP now, so what will happen, it will resend the OTP to user email address. Okay, and then this OTP will not be valid. Okay, जो हम नया OTP सेंड करेंगे वो OTP अब यूजर को वेरिफिकेशन के लिए यूज होगा. ओके, okay, so currently there's low internet. I will not tell this thing multiple times. Okay, you can understood. So now here you can say I have OTP has sent to my email address and countdown is also started. Okay, 45, 44 you can see here. Now if I go again to our mail trap, okay, here you can see I got a mail again. If I click on here, you can say I got an OTP. So what I will do, I will copy this OTP, I will come here, okay, and I will paste this OTP here, and this time I will click verify email. Okay, so it's verifying, it's validating that OTP, and if everything is right, it will show me a message like this, like your email address or your email has been verified successfully. Now you can log in successfully. Okay, you can log in. So for that, just click on this login button. It will redirect you to the login page, जहाँ पर आप अपना email address और password का यूज करके application में login हो सकते हैं. Now before login, I want you to show the like step for forget password. Okay, so once you successfully created your account and after verified, okay, and for some reason if you forgot your password, आपको अपने account का password याद नहीं है, so you can go with forget password. Okay, there you need to enter your email address. Okay, so just wait for some time, it will redirect you to the forgot password page. Okay, जहाँ पर आप अपना email address enter करेंगे. Okay, so I will enter my email address, which is webdevyt. Okay, and then you will click on send reset code button. Okay, so what it will do, it will send an OTP to your email address. Okay, so for resetting password, like user need to verify it first कि जो password reset करा वो actual user है या नहीं. So for that purpose we will send an OTP to user email address for resetting the password. Okay, so this is a genuine practice which uses in actual application. Okay, you might seen this case okay, multiple place. So now what I will do, I will again go to my mail trap. Here you can see मैं नया emails like हमें mail receive हुआ है, and here you can see now this time like earlier आप देख सकते थे आपका जो email का जो subject था that was verify your email address, but for this time you will get reset your password. Okay, so if you are verifying your email address like registering for the first time, then you will receive verify your email address. Okay, now यदि आप अपने पासवर्ड को reset करना चाहते हैं, so for that you will see the reset your password. Okay, apart from everything will be same, just your OTP will be different. Okay, and expiration period will be also the same, that is 10 minutes. Okay, now what I will do, again हम OTP को copy करते हैं, अपने application पर आते हैं, and here also you can see I similar to verify email, जहाँ पर हमें recent OTP का countdown मिलता था. Similar thing will implement in our enter verification code page also. Okay, so now I will enter the verification code here. I will click verify. Okay, once if everything is correct, it will navigate you to the reset your password page, जहाँ पर आप अपना नया पासवर्ड और कंफर्म पासवर्ड करके उस अपने पासवर्ड को रीसेट कर सकते हैं. Okay, so earlier my password was admin@123. So now I will just increase 4 here. Okay, so now you can see admin@123 will be my new password. Okay, now I will click on reset password. It will reset my password. Reset means it will change my old password with this new password. Okay, so once it reset the password, what it will do, if everything is right, it will navigate you to the login page. Okay, जहाँ पर आप अपना email address और password enter करके login कर सकते हैं. So now let's enter the correct credential here. Wonderful. Now before login, I want to show what if user ने let's say wrong credential enter किया है. उस केस में भी हमें वेरीफाई करना होगा कि कुछ यूजर को मैसेज करना चाहिए कि यूजर ने करेक्ट पासवर्ड या ईमेल एड्रेस एंटर किया है. सो वी नीड टू हैंडल दोस वैलिडेशन आल्सो. ओके, सो लाइक हियर यू कैन सी इफ यूजर ने ईमेल एड्रेस करेक्ट एंटर किया है या पासवर्ड करेक्ट एंटर किया है, सो विल शो यूजर दिस काइंड ऑफ मैसेज लाइक इनवैलिड email or password. Okay, now let's enter the correct credential, and now if I hit the sign in button with the correct email address and password, so at that time, if everything is, let's say, correct, if everything went right, so it should navigate me to the dashboard page. Okay, so just wait for some time. And boom guys, here you can see I am at the dashboard page. Okay, जैसे आप देखते हैं हम डैशबोर्ड पेज पर नेविगेट हो गए. दैट मीन्स हमारा ईमेल एड्रेस और पासवर्ड सब चलता है. सो दिस इज अ बेसिक डैशबोर्ड पेज which will create. Okay, so now here you can see I have just mentioned the like taken the username here. This is the username which you have entered while creating your account. Okay, and this is the email address. Okay, and below this I have just shown you some placeholder text, like this is a protected dashboard page and that only authentication user that can access. Okay, and then you have successfully implemented the authentication in your application. So if you are able to come to this page, that means you have successfully implemented the secure authentication across your application. Okay, and also here you can see a sign out button. Okay, so I'm clicking on it. User can logged out from the application. Okay, so that is a complete flow of this application. Like here you can say, here you can see the like what are the things we will implement into our application. Okay, so we'll create a, let's say, home page where we show user three button for login, sign up, and navigate you to dashboard page. Apart from that, okay, we'll create a login page, okay, sign up page, and we'll send OTP plus to verify the email address also. Okay, we'll create a login page, forgot password page, reset password page. Okay, so these are things we'll implement. Apart from it, we'll also implement let's say private route and public route. Okay, so that means जो user authenticated है, like authenticated users can access the only the dashboard page, वो login page और sign up page को access नहीं कर सकता है, and unauthenticated user can access only the sign in or login page. Okay, he or she can't access the dashboard page. So these are things which will going to implement into our application. So I hope आपको एप्लीकेशन का एक कंप्लीट आइडिया मिल गया होगा, एक कंप्लीट ओवरव्यू मिल गया होगा कि हमारा एप्लीकेशन कैसे वर्क करेगा. ओके, एंड आल्सो आई होप यू आर आल्सो एक्साइटेड. ओके, नॉट जस्ट मी, you will be also excited, I hope. Okay, to create this application. So if yes, let's get started. But before that, what I want to, I will go to my terminal. Okay, what I will do, सबसे पहले, since I have run this application, like I have already created an application and run into my terminal. Okay, so what I will do, I will close this application. Since I will start everything from the scratch. Okay, so now let's exit from this terminal. Control D. Okay, so here you can say I'm currently at the desktop. Okay, and we can successfully close this. Okay, and before I start coding, I want you to show this documentation. So what I have done, I have documented all the step and process, okay, which is need to create this application into our Notion docs. Okay, or you can say the Notion page. Okay, I have published this site. So if you also want to refer this documentation, okay, what I will do guys, मैं इस documentation का link इस लाइव स्ट्रीम के डिस्क्रिप्शन और कमेंट सेक्शन में प्रोवाइड कर दूंगा। ओके, सो जिससे कि आप इस साइट का भी एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। ओके, सो नाउ enough talking. Okay, let's see the documentation. Okay, so I try to create it simple, okay, जिससे कि आपको ये documentation अच्छी तरह समझ में आ जाए। So here you can see the heading and overview, and here you can see all the steps which is required to create this application. Okay, so what I will do while creating our application, हम इस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का कंप्लीटली यूज करेंगे। लाइक हम इस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन को रेफर करते हुए ही अपने एप्लीकेशन को क्रिएट करेंगे। ओके, तो जिससे कि हमारा जो टाइम, ओके, और एनर्जी दोनों सेव होगा, और मैं आपको अच्छे तरह से एक्सप्लेन भी कर सकता हूँ जो जो स्टेप्स इसका रिक्वायर्ड है। ओके, so this now is why I'm using this, like I will so tell you the drop down, like you can say drop down। यदि हम इसका यूज नहीं करते तो हमें सभी स्टेप्स को एक एक करके फॉलो करना होता और सारा कोड को भी टाइप करना होता, जिसमें कि थोड़ा obviously टाइम थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा लगता है। ओके, एंड आई डोंट वांट यू टू like take a lot of time while to create all this application। okay, that, that like that is the reason जिसके लिए मैंने नेक्स्ट ये ऑथेंटिकेशन, सॉरी नॉट ऑथेंटिकेशन, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन को क्रिएट किया है। ओके, सो नाउ लेट्स सी द फर्स्ट स्टेप। ओके, लेट्स स्टार्ट। सबसे पहले हम अपना प्रोजेक्ट को सेटअप करना होता है। सेटअप करने के लिए हमें Next.js को इनिशियलाइज करना होता है। ओके, and for initialize our Next.js application we can use this command, okay, like npx create next app @ latest, okay, and then अपने application का नाम। okay, so for that first step is, okay, so you need to navigate to your let's say project or folder or directory जहाँ पर आप अपने application को create करना चाहते हैं। okay, so I have already created a folder onto my desktop। मैंने डेस्कटॉप पर एक YT प्रोजेक्ट नाम का फोल्डर क्रिएट किया जिसके अंदर हम अपने इस एप्लीकेशन को क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं। सो फॉर दैट आई विल गो टू लाइक आई विल चेंज माय डायरेक्टरी टू YT प्रोजेक्ट। ओके, एंड हियर व्हाट आई विल डू, आई विल कॉपी दिस कमांड, ओके, एंड आई विल पेस्ट हियर। ओके, नाउ लेट्स सी द like it will ask you to couple of option। okay, just I will guide you, don't worry if you already have created a Next.js application, so you might aware, okay, from those options, but यदि आप for the first time Next.js में अपना कोड एप्लीकेशन को क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, don't worry, I will guide। it's pretty simple to initialize a Next.js project। okay, so first question it's asking, like you can see, would you like to use TypeScript or no। okay, यदि आप TypeScript यूज करना चाहते हैं, yes या no, just a simple, and you can select the option by using your arrow key, okay, left arrow or right arrow। okay, so since हम अपने प्रोजेक्ट में you can say the application TypeScript का यूज करना है, so we can click on yes, we can go with yes option। now next question is, would you like to use ESLint, again yes। would you like to use Tailwind CSS, again yes, but it's totally depend on you guys। if you want to use Tailwind CSS then only click yes। if you don't want to use, like यदि आप Tailwind CSS के अलावा यदि आप प्योर CSS या कोई दूसरा CSS लाइब्रेरी यूज करना चाहते हैं, you can feel free to go with that, but I will go with Tailwind CSS, so I will click yes। okay, next question is asking, would you like to use your would you like your code instead inside a src directory. Okay, so for this case I will click no, because I will go with app router. So now next question is related to app router. Would you like to use app router? Okay, this is a recommended, so we can go with yes. Next question is asking, would you like to use turbo pack? Yes. Okay, would you like to customize the import alias? We can go with no, and that's it, guys. Okay, so now what it will do, it will install the necessary dependency in your application. Okay, so just wait for some time until it install the dependency into your application. Okay, that is totally dependent on your internet connection speed and the system requirements. Okay, तो यदि आपका सिस्टम बेटर बढ़िया है और आपका इंटरनेट स्पीड भी वैसे बढ़िया है, बेटर है, देन इट वोंट टेक टू मच टाइम. सिंस मेरा सिस्टम उतना यू कैन से द बेटर नहीं है. ओके, इट्स नॉट, और मैं बहुत सारा प्रोजेक्ट इसमें ऑलरेडी क्रिएट कर लिया हूँ, जिस वजह से थोड़ा सिस्टम भी स्लो मेरा रन करता है. दैट्स द रीज़न कि यह थोड़ा टाइम लगता है एनपीएम को डिपेंडेंसीज को इंस्टॉल करने में. बट until that I will suggest you. Okay, और जब तक ये डिपेंडेंसीज को इंस्टॉल करता है, व्हाट आई विल डू, आई विल आस्क यू गाइस, इफ यदि आपने इस लाइव स्ट्रीम को अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया है, ओके, तो आप इसे लाइक कर दीजिए. और यदि आप मेरे चैनल पर को पहली बार विजिट कर रहे हैं, ओके, सो आप मेरे चैनल को भी सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं. मैं ऐसे ही वेबसाइट डेवलपमेंट रिलेटेड वीडियो को क्रिएट करता रहता हूँ. ओके, सो I am not restricted with let's say only one framework or library. Okay, if you visit my channel you can say मैंने already projects जो है वो React में, Node.js में भी project create किया है, Express में, okay, Next.js और even Next.js में मैंने project already create किया हुआ है. Okay, so if you are interested to do those topics you can subscribe to my channel. Okay, meanwhile जब तक डिपेंडेंसी इंस्टॉल होता है, if you have any query or any thought into your mind, okay, you can ask me into the chat box, okay, chat section. Okay, I will try to reply your chat. Okay, As you can see, guys, our dependency has been installed. Okay, sorry for the delay. Okay. So now, next step. Okay, once our dependency has installed, sorry, not dependency, or we have successfully installed Next.js. Now you can see in the next step what we need to do. We need to change our directory to Next.auth. Okay, so here we'll do cd Next.auth. Okay, so we will go to our Next.auth application. Now again I will clear it. Now let's see the next step. Now in the next step we need to install some dependencies. Okay, so in order to create our Next.js authentication, we need couple of dependencies which will install. Okay, so for this project we need हमें नेक्स्ट ऑट की जरूरत होगी. सो वाई नेक्स्ट ऑट की मदद से हम सेशन मैनेजमेंट एंड द लॉगिन फीचर को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. ओके, देन वी नीड bcrypt. So bcrypt for hashing our password. ओके, एंड देन नोड मेलर की मदद से हम ईमेल सेंड करेंगे. ओके, एंड लास्ट वी नीड ओटीपी जनरेटर. ओके, ओटीपी जनरेटर हमें 6 डिजिट या हमें जो भी रैंडम ओटीपी जनरेट करना उसके लिए हम ओटीपी जनरेटर का यूज करेंगे. ओके, इफ यू वांट टू क्रिएट अ फंक्शन to generate OTP, feel free to do it. You can still go with the, because you can write your own JavaScript logic to generate OTP. Okay, you don't need the OTP generator. Okay, but if you okay with it, so you can install this dependencies. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this first line. Okay, and now I will go to my terminal and paste here. Okay, npm I next.auth bcrypt.js node mailer and OTP generator. Okay, now hit the enter button. Okay, just wait for some time. Okay, it also depend on the internet, so it can take some time. I just urge you to have some patience, guys. Just थोड़ा सा patience, it won't take too much time. Finally, dependency successfully installed हो गया है guys. Now we can proceed with the next step. Okay. So in next step, since हम TypeScript का यूज़ कर रहे हैं अपने application में, so we are going to need some types of the library also. So for that we हमें add types slash pcrypt.js का need पड़ेगा, and then types add slash node mailer and types slash OTP generator. Okay, and we are going to need Prisma. Okay, so Prisma, we are using Prisma for okay, connecting our database. Okay, so we need these dependencies also. So what I will do, I will copy this. Okay, here just you can see I have mentioned the hyphen save hyphen dev flag. Okay, so what it will do, it will install these packages as a dev dependency into our application. Okay, so what I will do, से कॉपी करते हैं कमांड को और अपने टर्मिनल पर पेस्ट करते हैं. जस्ट वेट फॉर सम टाइम गाइस, लाइक दिस इज द लास्ट स्टेप टू इंस्टॉल द डिपेंडेंसी. ओके, इसके बाद हमें और कोई डिपेंडेंसी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एक प्रॉमिस. ओके, सो दिस इज द लास्ट टाइम यू विल वेट. ओके, अपार्ट फ्रॉम देन हमें सिर्फ अपने एप्लीकेशन में कोड ही करना है. सो उसमें कोई भी डिले या कोई भी आपको वेट आपको नहीं करना होगा. You can see everything smoothly then. Okay, so like this is the last time. I urge you to wait, have patience guys. Okay, not patient, patience. taking some time guys. आई थिंक द रीजन इज कि मेरा जो सिस्टम है और उसका doesn't have the वैसे इनफ मेमोरी, जिसकी वजह से थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है. ओके, सो हियर आई जस्ट वांट यू टू रिक्वेस्ट फॉर समथिंग guys. Okay, if you want to support my development journey, okay, so for that मैंने आपके स्क्रीन के लेफ्ट साइड में एक क्यूआर कोड शेयर किया अपना. So if you want to support me, you can support me from there. Okay, but I am trying to, let's say, arrange the new system for myself. Okay, but it will take some time guys, but it can be done soon if you want to support me. So if you like my effort, okay, and want to support my journey, you can see. That's why it's not working. Just wait for some time. It will install soon. I'm 100% sure if I stop my OBS now, it will install. But I don't want to stop my OBS. Next time what I will do guys, next time I will install all the dependency. मैं पहले से सारे dependencies को install करके रखूँगा. Okay, just I will let you know कि क्या dependencies क्या हमें आवश्यकता होगी application को create करने के लिए. Okay, and I will show the command. Then we can proceed. Okay, because live, okay, at live में हम जब डिपेंडेंसी इंस्टॉल करते हैं, सो इट्स टेकिंग सम टाइम मोर देन द, जितना टाइम उसे लगना चाहिए उससे ज़्यादा टाइम ही लगता है. ओके, सो नेक्स्ट टाइम आई विल कीप इन माई माइंड. ओके, एंड आई विल इंस्टॉल दोज डिपेंडेंसी अर्लियर. बस दिस टाइम वी डोंट हैव एनी ऑप्शन. ओके, हम वेट करने के अलावा कुछ कर नहीं सकते, सो वी जस्ट नीड टू वेट. थैंक गॉड, फाइनली गाइस dependencies इंस्टॉल हो चुका है. ओके, नाउ वी कैन प्रोसीड विद द नेक्स्ट स्टेप. ओके, so what I have done till now, okay, हमने अपना Next.js एप्लीकेशन क्रिएट किया, हमने डिपेंडेंसीज को इंस्टॉल कर लिया. नाउ लेट्स सी द नेक्स्ट स्टेप. ओके, let's refresh it. Okay, so here after installing the dependency we need to set up our environment variable. First we can set up our Prisma. Okay, then after that we can set up our environment variable. So what I can do, हम इस कमांड npx prisma init कमांड को कॉपी कर सकते हैं एंड देन इसको हम टर्मिनल में पेस्ट कर सकते हैं. डोंट वरी, आई होप इसमें ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा. सो व्हाट आई विल डू, पेस्ट इट हियर. ओके, नाउ लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंड. ओके, so now you can say it's done, and here you can say it's created our Prisma schema. Okay, and here it mentions some couple of steps which I will explain you. Okay, you don't need to worry, it's just pretty simple. Okay, very simple how you can create your Prisma, or you can say how you can set up your Prisma with Next.js. Okay, just follow my documentation and I try to make it pretty simple. Okay, so you won't, I hope, so I'm pretty sure that you won't be confused after referring this documentation carefully. Okay, so now after initialize the Prisma को initialize करने के बाद आपको env वेरिएबल में database URL को सेटअप करना होता है. So now here you can say what it has done. You already have a git ignore file, but don't forget to add .env to it. Now what is done, जब भी आप Prisma init को करते हैं, so Prisma init आपके जो रूट डायरेक्टरी में .env फाइल को क्रिएट करता है. Okay, it create the Prisma folder. Inside that Prisma folder it create schema.prisma file, and along with it create the .env file also. Okay, जहाँ पर आप अपने database URL को कॉन्फ़िगर करते हैं Prisma के, okay, Prisma के लिए. So for that what I will do now, this is the time where we can start coding. So for that we need a code editor. Okay, so for this live stream, or you can say हम इस एप्लीकेशन को VS कोड एडिटर में कोड करते हैं. ओके, यू कैन यूज योर प्रेफर्ड कोड एडिटर जो भी आपको पसंद हो, बट आई विल गो विथ VS कोड. सो टू ओपन दिस एप्लीकेशन टू VS कोड हम कमांड लिखते हैं कोड स्पेस डॉट. तो ये हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को VS कोड एडिटर के अंदर ओपन करता है. आस्किंग डू यू ट्रस्ट ऑथर, ऑब्वियसली यस. So I can click on this yes button, and yes, I trust authors. Okay, so now first thing we need to go to .env. Okay, and now here you can say in the database URL you need to mention your database connection URL. Okay, so it's not restricted with the Postgres only. Okay, like Prisma support multiple DB, as you can see here. Like Prisma support Postgres, PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, SQL Server, MongoDB, or CockroachDB. So in any one, if you feel comfortable, जिसमें भी आपको कंफर्टेबल फील होता है, आप वो डाटाबेस को यूज कर सकते हैं. ओके, डोंट वरी, क्वेरी एंड स्कीमा डिजाइन एवरीथिंग विल रिमेन द सेम. ओके, आपको सिर्फ डाटाबेस का प्रोवाइडर चेंज करना है और उसका कनेक्शन URL चेंज करना है. ओके, अपार्ट फ्रॉम एवरीथिंग विल रिमेन्स द सेम. ओके, सो दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ Prisma, जिसकी वजह से मुझे Prisma थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही अच्छा लगता है. और मैं Prisma को प्रेफर करता हूँ क्योंकि आप इसमें आपका लाइक इन रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ आप कोई सा भी डाटाबेस यूज कर रहे हैं, आपका जो भी क्वेरी है वो सेव रहता है. एंड आल्सो Prisma प्रोवाइड यूज द नेटिव क्वेरी आल्सो. जो भी आप यदि आप रिलेशनल डाटाबेस यूज करें तो आप Prisma के थ्रू रिलेशनल क्वेरी को भी रन कर सकते हैं. Okay, so now what I will do, I will mention my database URL, or you can say I will use write my database URL here, connection URL. So here I just change my credential. Okay, apart from that, the URL, the format is same. Okay, we just need to change the credential. So now here my username is Postgre, password is admin. Okay, and apart from that I can leave it, and also I can change my DB. So it will be a next, or let's say next auth. Okay, I can go with this database name. Okay, so now after configure our database URL, what we need to do, we need to define the model. Okay, we need to create a model into our schema.prisma file. Okay, so what I will do, I will go to that file. Let's say here you can see prisma file जो create हुआ है, sorry not file, folder create हुआ है, इसके अंदर आप you can see schema.prisma file. Just open that file, and here you can see the generator and DB provider. Okay, so here I just want you to mention, if you are using different database, like not if you are not using Postgres, so what you need to do, you just need to remove this Postgres from here, and you can choose the database. Okay, now whatever database you are using, like if you are using MongoDB, MySQL, SQLite or SQL Server, you can use it. Okay. Since I am using Postgres, so I will select Postgres, and here you can say that it will take this database URL from the env. Okay, now I need to create a model. So the schema for the user model I have mentioned in the documentation. Okay, मैंने यहाँ पर क्लियर अपना स्कीमा मेंशन किया कि आप यूजर मॉडल का यूज करेगा और उसका स्कीमा क्या होगा. Okay, so you can refer here. Like I just quickly explain you, like I need a ID also. Obviously if you are using Postgres, so we need a unique ID. So for that I am using this ID key, or you can say the column name, and then we need username. So for that we can use name, it will be a optional. Okay, and then email address. Okay, it will be a unique email address. Type will be a string. Password type will be a string. Then we will use is verified. Okay, type will be a boolean. And why we are using is verified, since we are using OTP verification, like email OTP verification architecture. So while creating user account, okay, हम यूजर के अकाउंट को वेरीफाइड भी करेंगे. So until our is verified is true, okay, let's say false, okay, we are not let the user to log into our application. Okay, तो सबसे first step is to create application and then verify it. Okay, then only he can use our system. So for that purpose we will use this is verified key. Okay, then verification OTP. So we when जब हम यूजर केवल को OTP सेंड करेंगे फॉर द वेरिफिकेशन, सो वी विल स्टोर दिस वेरिफिकेशन OTP हियर, जिससे कि हम उसको वेरीफाई कर पाए. एंड देन वी आल्सो एट द टाइम स्टैम्प, लाइक एक्सपायरेशन पीरियड, कि कितने में टाइम के बाद यह OTP एक्सपायर होगा. सो विल जैसे हम OTP सेंड करेंगे उसी समय पर हम OTP एक्सपायरी भी सेट करेंगे. ओके, देन आल्सो विल यूज रीसेट पासवर्ड OTP, लाइक सिमिलर टू वेरिफिकेशन OTP. यदि यूजर अपने पासवर्ड को रीसेट करने के लिए OTP सेंड कर रहा है तो हम उस OTP को यहाँ पर स्टोर करेंगे, सेव करेंगे. Okay. Then next, obviously we need the reset password OTP expiry period, and then created and updated. Okay, so I hope you understood the schema, but still if you have any query, आप मुझे चैट में अलग से पूछ सकते हैं, और अपने जो भी क्वेरी है चैट में मैसेज कर सकते हैं. So now what I will do, I will copy the model, okay, from the documentation or notion, और हम इसे यहाँ पेस्ट करते हैं. Now let's see the next step. So next step हमें migration command. So for that I will copy it and I will go to the terminal. Okay, now here I can clear it. Okay, and what I will do, I will paste the migration command which is nps prisma migrate tab, and then hyphen name, it's a flag where you can mention our migration name. Okay, so it's saying postgres database next auth have been created. Okay, it's created, successfully created, and also now it's running the generate. Okay, what it will do, it will install the prisma client into our application. Okay, so just wait for some time. Okay, I hope it won't take some too much time. So as you can see guys, our prisma client, okay, is successfully generated हो चुका है. Now we can clear our terminal. Okay, now what I will do, I will show you into my code what happened. So once I have generated a prisma migrate command, so what it will do, it will sync our changes to our database. Okay, so now what it will do, it will create a database into our, sorry, it will create a table into our application, sorry, not application, database with this schema, and also it will generate a prisma client into our application. Okay, on this output, like here you can see there is a path mentioned, so it will generate a prisma client two types path, which you can see here. If you go to this app, then you can see a generated folder, and inside that generated folder you can see the prisma client, all the code you can see here. Okay, so now earlier, like if you have already used the prisma, so you know कि जब भी आप prisma को client को generate करता है, so it generate a prisma client into your node modules, but after the update of 6.6.0, now you need to mention the path, output path, where you want to generate your prisma client. Okay, so then now we can go to the documentation and see what is the next step. Okay, so I am referring this documentation. So now if you also like want to create similar kind of architecture, so you can also refer this documentation and see what like how you can create the your Next.js authentication application. Okay, and also you can refer to implement into your existing, like यदि आपके पास कोई existing application है जहाँ पर आप अपने authentication को implement करना चाहते हैं, so also you can follow this documentation. Okay, now in next step we need to set up our Prisma client. Okay, just wait for some time guys, I just will back. Okay. Hope I'm audible to you guys. Okay, now let's see how we can generate a Prisma client. Okay. And why do we need this code? So I have mentioned here. Okay, so now in order to, let's say, query with our database, we need Prisma client. Okay, first thing we need to set up a singleton Prisma client. Okay, जिससे कि हम multiple instances को prevent कर सकते हैं while developing, or you can say while development. Okay, and for that we have created this code, so we will use this code into our application. So first thing what we need to do, we need to create a lib folder into our root directory. Okay, and inside that lib folder we will create a prisma.js file. Okay, I have mentioned the path here, you can see here. So what I will do, I will just copy. Okay, go to my VS Code editor. Okay, and in the root directory एक फोल्डर क्रिएट करते हैं, इसका नाम देते हैं live. Okay, and then inside it we'll create a file, name it prisma.ts. Okay, और यहाँ पर अपने कोड को पेस्ट करते हैं. Okay, so what it will do, first thing it will import Prisma client, okay, from the generated folder. Let's say you can see once we have used the npx prisma generate, so it will generate a Prisma client into our app directory. So from there we will import this Prisma client, then we'll create our instance, db instance to use across our application, and also we'll use a global variable, so we'll declare a global db variable. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll check, okay, where we are using running our code. If we are running our code into production, so we'll directly initialize, or you can say डायरेक्टली हम अपने जो प्रिज्मा इंस्टेंस है उसको डीबी को इनिशियलाइज कर सकते हैं. सो वी कैन कनेक्ट आवर डीबी लाइक दिस. बट इफ यू आर यूजिंग like this code, running this code in our development phase, okay, now our node env is not production. So what we can do, we can if check कि यदि हमारा जो डीबी इंस्टेंस है वो ग्लोबल वेरिएबल में एग्जिस्ट है या नहीं. यदि ग्लोबल में डीबी वेरिएबल नहीं है तो हम नया वेरिएबल को इनिशियलाइज करेंगे. बट इफ इट्स ऑलरेडी देयर देन वी कैन टेक इट फ्रॉम द ग्लोबल डीबी वेरिएबल इंस्टेंस, जिससे कि मल्टीपल इंस्टेंस को ये प्रिवेंट करेगा. एंड देन वी कैन एक्सपोर्ट दिस डीबी. ओके, आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड द कोड, बट स्टिल एज ऑलवेज यदि आपके पास कोई भी क्वेरी है रिगार्डिंग दिस कोड, यू कैन मैसेज मी इन द चैट सेक्शन. Now let's proceed the next step. Now here we have created our Prisma client, we have successfully set up. Now in next step you can see what we need to do. We need to set up our NextAuth. Okay, we need to set up a custom auth provider since we are using NextAuth. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to create a custom auth provider. Okay, we need to create a component, this component, and then we need to wrap our root application with this provider. Okay, जिससे कि हम अपने एप्लीकेशन में इस सेशन को प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं. ओके, जैसे कि हमारा पूरा एप्लीकेशन में हम कहीं पर भी यदि हम सेशन को यूज कर सकते हैं. ओके, लाइक नेक्स्ट और प्रोवाइड लाइक इट हेल्प अस टू मेंटेन द सेशन. ओके, सो जिसकी वजह से हम अपने एप्लीकेशन में authentication को maintain कर सकते हैं. Now here you can read what it I'll provide, like it's ensure client side component have the access of session data. So, okay, so if you are using Next.js, you need to create a component auth provider into your app directory. Okay, and then you need to wrap your, let's say, layout. Inside a layout folder, you need to wrap your application with this provider. Okay, okay, so now what I will do here, you can see we need what we need to do, we need to import a session provider from Next.js. Okay, then we need to create a provider like this, okay, which will have a children, and we'll wrap our children with this provider. Okay, the code is pretty simple. Again, to save time, I will copy this code. Okay, I will go to my app. Here first I will create a components folder. Okay, inside components folder I will create a auth provider .tsx file. Okay, I think TSS is there. Let's, yes, TSS, we need a TSS file, and then I will paste the code which I copied from the documentation. Okay, like it's import the session provider and create the auth provider. Now let's see the next step. Now we need to wrap our route, okay, with this auth provider. Okay, so for that, so what we can do, we can go to our layout.tsx file, which is under the app directory. Okay, and then here we just need to wrap our children with this auth provider. Okay, or I think we can wrap our body. We can wrap our body also, or we can wrap our children. Okay, you can proceed with anything, whichever you want to use. So what I will do, I will just cut this children from here. I will import my auth provider, okay, from the component. Okay, and now just wrap this children with this auth provider. That's it, guys. Okay, so now you are good to go, like use the Next.auth. So now you can say that this is the first step to set up your Next.auth into your Next.js application. Okay, now you can close all the files. Okay, now let's see what we need to do. First thing, we need to configure our Next.auth option. Okay, now we need to create a file, okay, which is route.ts. We need to create an API which will handle the login, okay, login part. Okay, so before that we will need let's say option, auth option, which will create into our live.auth.ts file. Okay, so what I will try to explain, make it simple. हम क्या करेंगे, हम लीफ फाइल के अंदर जो हमने लीफ और यू कैन से लाइब्रेरी जो लीफ फाइल है उसके अंदर हम एक नया फाइल क्रिएट करेंगे. ओके, इसका नाम हम देंगे auth.ts. ओके, और इसके अंदर हम अपने सारा जो यूटिलिटी फंक्शन है, ठीक है ना, वेदर वी नीड टू यूज दिस Next.js NextAuth, और हमें पासवर्ड लेट्स से हैश करने पासवर्ड करने के लिए फंक्शन की जरूरत होगी, वेरीफाई ईमेल करने के लिए, या वट एवर द यूटिलिटी फंक्शन विच वी आर गोइंग टू नीड across our application, we will create here in this file. Okay, so now here first thing what we will do, we will create a auth option. Okay, don't worry if you are getting confused. Okay, I will make sure कि इसको मैं सिंपल ही रखूँ जिससे कि आपको अच्छी तरह से समझ में आए. Okay, so because we are using a Next.js auth. Okay, so to set up a Next.js auth, what we need to do here, we need some auth option. Okay, so what we'll do, instead of writing everything here in the same file, what we can do, we will use a util function where we can write our Next.auth option like this. Okay, so now this will, what I will do first, here we need to declare our Next.auth session. Okay, so because we are using TypeScript, so TypeScript को भी push करना जरूरी है. So for that we'll use, first we declare our module, next module, then we'll create our next auth, or you can say auth option. So we'll use auth option, इसका टाइप होगा next auth option, जो हम next auth से इंपोर्ट करेंगे. It will be an object, okay, as you can see here. Okay, so it will need providers, okay, and this will be an array. Okay, प्रोवाइडर्स जो है वो हमारा एक एरे होगा जिसके अंदर हम मल्टीपल प्रोवाइडर्स को अपना मेंटेन कर सकते हैं. लाइक इफ यू आर वांट टू यूज गूगल ऑथेंटिकेशन, फेसबुक ऑथेंटिकेशन, so every other provider, authentication provider, you can use here. Okay, you can use with NextAuth. Okay, since we are going to use the credential, you can say the credential, email and password kind of login authentication, so we can go with this credential provider. So first we need to import this credential provider from next.provider/credential. First thing we need to import it. Okay, so I will paste here. Okay, so now here we can use this and it will take an object. Okay, so we can create it like this. Okay, so first thing it will need a name, so we can pass a name here as credential. Okay, then it will need the credential, whatever credential we are using, so we need to mention here, so we can write credential. Okay, so now we need to pass it as an object. Okay, not like this here. So what credential do we need? Okay, so here we need to only mention those credentials जो हम login के समय पर use करेंगे. Okay, so while login to our application, we need the email address and password. Okay, so we'll use those. So we'll use email. Okay, then here you can pass, let's say, type. What will be the type? Type will be an email. Okay, label will be email. That's it. Again, second we are going to use password. Okay, again type of it will be a password. Okay, and label is going to be password. Okay, then we need some function. So we'll create a function here, async authorize. We'll create an authorize function like this. Okay, and I think it will take some argument. Yeah, it's take a credential. Okay, apart from that you can verify here everything is correct or not. Okay, so here it will take credential as an argument. So first thing we need to write here a validation. We will check if we have this email or password or not. Okay, so here we will write an if condition. Okay, so condition will be if there is no email or not, we can get it from credentials. So if there is no email or there is no you can say credential password. Okay, if we let's say यदि हमें email और password में से कुछ भी missing है. Okay, if we are missing something, then we can't proceed with the login. We need to return our user. Okay, so what we will do, we can return from here. Okay, so you can write return null. Now again, if we have email or password, if we have both, now we need to get the user from the database. Okay, so what we'll do, we can use const user. Okay, here we'll use await and we'll import our Prisma instance, let's say db, and then we can use db.user then .find unique. Okay, so inside find unique we need to first mention our condition. So we'll use where email is equal to credential dot email. Okay, again we'll check, write a check if there is no user. Okay, then again we'll return null, since we are writing like this. Authorize function will help us to authorize the user while login. Okay, so while signing, or let's say while sign up, we'll create a separate API. Okay, so this function will use only while login. Okay, so जो लॉगिन करने के टाइम पर हम जो जो वेरिफिकेशन अपने करना है उसको हम ऑथराइज फंक्शन के अंदर लिखते हैं. Okay, so if we have user, and now we need to check if user is verified or not. Okay, now this thing also we need to prevent. यदि यूजर वेरीफाइड नहीं है तो हम उसे लॉगिन करने नहीं देंगे. Okay, so for that we need to write a check if user is verified or not. Okay, so here again we'll write if there is user but is verified is false. Okay, then we'll throw an error. Let's say throw new error with message. Okay, and we can pass this message, please verify your email before logging in. Okay, so now again we need to check now if user is there, and if it's verified also, then we need to compare the password. Okay, now हम पासवर्ड को चेक करेंगे कि यूजर का जो पासवर्ड है वो करेक्ट है या नहीं. फॉर दैट विल क्रिएट अ वेरिएबल. Okay, is valid password, or you can say, you can write any name, is correct password or is valid password. Okay, so what it will do, it will use, let's say it will be a asynchronous function, so we'll use await, then we'll use compare, जिसको हम बिग से import करेंगे. Okay, so compare, and what it will do, it will take two argument. First thing, the password जो हमें यूजर से मिलता है, and second हैश पासवर्ड जो हमने database में सेव किया है. Okay, so here we'll use credential dot password. Okay, and then we'll use user dot password. Okay, like user के टेबल में हमने जो पासवर्ड सेव किया है वो पासवर्ड. Now here again we'll write one check if is valid password. like यदि हमें यह false रिटर्न करता है, like दोनों पासवर्ड हमारा false है, मैच नहीं कर रहा है. Okay, then in that case also we'll return null. Okay, we can throw the custom error to the from the client side as well. Okay, now if everything is correct, okay, then we can return our actual user. So you can return id, it will be user.id, name user.name, and email will be user.email. That's it. Now we can save it. Okay, now after that we need to mention our session strategy also. Okay, so let's do this. So here we can write session. Okay, it will be an object. So first thing we need to mention our strategy. So if you are using credentials, so we need to go with JWT strategy, and then we can give the max age. Okay, so like कब तक हमारा ये सेशन वैलिड होना चाहिए, so we can write the time stamp here. So we want it should valid up to 24 hours, so we can use like this. Okay, like max age takes in a second. So what we'll do, we want 60 into 60, that is 1 hour, into multiply by 24, that means 24 hours के लिए हमारा सेशन वैलिड होना चाहिए. Okay, so after session, okay, we need a callback function which you can see here. So what it will do, it will take a JWT and a session. Okay, so here you can see everything. Okay, so JWT के लिए क्या होता है, like it will add this user ID, email and name to this JWT token, जिससे कि हम अपने एप्लीकेशन में यूज कर सकते हैं. Okay, and then we need this session kind of thing. Okay, so what we can do, we can copy this callback function or these pages, okay, and paste it here. Okay, so Like the main thing is you can see the how we can authorize our application. So that's why I have written all this code here. Okay, apart from that, you can just copy paste everything. Okay, see here in the session we have just mentioned the what the session strategy we are going to use, and then the all the callback function. Okay, so we need a JWT and the session. Okay, so that's it. Now we are good to proceed. Okay, so we have created this next auth option. Now let's see the next step. So नेक्स्ट स्टेप में हमें क्या करना है, हमें एक API राउट को क्रिएट करना है. ओके, सो व्हाट वी नीड टू डू, हमें अपने ऐप डायरेक्टरी के अंदर एक API नाम से फोल्डर क्रिएट करना है. देन इनसाइड दैट API वी नीड टू क्रिएट अ auth folder. Inside that we need to create a NextAuth folder, and inside that we need to create a route.ts file. Like in this way we can create an API endpoint into our Next.js application. Okay, so now let's do it. ऐप के अंदर हमें एक फोल्डर क्रिएट करना है API नेम से. ओके, सो API नेम से फोल्डर क्रिएट करते हैं, उसके अंदर हम एक auth नाम से फोल्डर क्रिएट करते हैं. ओके, एंड देन इनसाइड दिस auth we'll create another folder जिसका नाम होगा जैसे ब्रैकेट में ट्रिपल डॉट एंड देन नेक्स्ट auth. This is a convention which we are following. Okay, so and inside this next auth we need to create a file name with route.ts. Okay, so here I just want you to make sure guys, जो भी आप फाइल, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट हमारा फाइल नेमिंग कन्वेंशन पर वर्क करता है. सो यदि आप ऐप डायरेक्टरी के अंदर जो भी फाइल route.ts नाम से क्रिएट करते हैं वो आपका सर्वर साइड पर रन होता है, वो एक एंड पॉइंट की तरह ट्रीट होता है. जैसा कि आप नोड.js और एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन में क्रिएट करते हैं API एंड पॉइंट जो क्रिएट करते हैं, सेम API एंड पॉइंट को आप Next.js में route.ts फाइल के अंदर क्रिएट करते हैं. ओके, तो जो भी आप कोड route.ts फाइल का नाम लिखेंगे वो एक एंड पॉइंट की तरह ट्रीट होता है. ओके, आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड माई तो जो भी मैंने आपको एक्सप्लेन किया है एक्सप्लेनेशन. Okay, now inside that file, okay, what we need to do, first thing we need to import our next option. Okay, and then the next auth provider which we will get not provider module, which will get from the next auth file, let's say module. And then we need to create a handler and we can okay, so this is just a 4 line of code, so we can copy this code from here. There's nothing much here. You can say the auth option which we have created into our live.auth.ts file. If you control plus hover on it, you can see the code. Okay, or you can just click on it to navigate there. Okay, so this is the like this auth option will use. Okay, inside this NextAuth as a argument which will pass here. Okay, so it's done. Now let's see, and also you can read more about it, like why we are creating this thing. Okay, like I have written make this documentation pretty clear जिससे कि आपको समझ में भी आए कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं. Okay, like here you can see it's required for NextAuth to handle the authentication logic like sign in, sign out. Okay, so for that we are going to need this NextAuth. Okay, now let's see, we need couple of helper function also. Okay, like in the auth.ts file, okay, we'll create some helper function also. Like first we need to get session function, जैसे कि हम इस फंक्शन का यूज करके हम करंट सेशन को गेट कर सकते हैं. ओके, देन वी नीड करेक्ट यूजर, सो गेट करंट यूजर फंक्शन जिसको हम गेट सेशन का यूज करके सेशन से हम यूजर इंफॉर्मेशन को पुल करेंगे. ओके, देन वी नीड हैश पासवर्ड, पासवर्ड को हैश करने के लिए हम इस फंक्शन का यूज करेंगे. देन वेरीफाइड पासवर्ड, ओके, जनरेट वेरिफिकेशन OTP, ओके, and then generate password reset OTP and then verify OTP. Okay, you can read more about this utilities function. Okay, now let's create this function one by one. Okay, so first thing we need get session. Okay, just we need, I have just written all the code here, so we can just copy paste directly from this documentation. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this, and here I will go to out.ts. okay, after this line number 77, okay, I can paste here. Now here you can see it need get server session. So what we can do, we can import it from this NextAuth. Okay, so you can get it from this NextAuth get server session. What it will do, it will take this NextAuth option as an argument. Okay, and from that argument it will return this session. Now here you can see we have created a callback function as a session name से, जो कि हमारा session return करता है. Okay, so what it will do, get server session, ये इसी callback function का यूज करके session को return करता है. Okay, I hope you understood the explanation. Okay, now let's see what the next helper function which we are going to need. Okay, we need get use current user. तो करंट यूजर इंफॉर्मेशन को पुल करने के लिए हम इस फंक्शन का यूज करेंगे. सो व्हाट इट विल डू, इट विल यूज दिस गेट सेशन जो हमने अभी क्रिएट किया है, इस फंक्शन का ये यूज करेगा और इससे हमें सेशन जैसे पुल आउट करके देगा. एंड उस सेशन से हम ईमेल एड्रेस को पुल आउट करेंगे, क्योंकि इफ़ यू नोटिस हम सेशन में क्या स्टोर कर रहे हैं, सेशन में हम स्टोर कर रहे हैं ईमेल नेम एंड आईडी. वी आर स्टोरिंग दिस, सॉरी वी आर स्टोरिंग दिस टोकन, बट इनसाइड session we are storing id, user id. Okay, so from this session we'll get the user id and then we'll extract the user information from it. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it. Okay, and then we can paste it here. Okay, we don't need this image, we can return. Okay, here you can see we have mentioned the session interface also, so you can say what information which we can get from the session. Okay, we can get the session, from session we can get user email, you can see here email id name. These are information which we can get from the session. Okay, and it's taking this interface from here. So let's say you can see earlier if I have mentioned this image also. So here if we go to this, okay, now if I see we can get this image. Okay, so I hope you are getting from where we are getting this suggestion also, because since we are not using any image, we are not taking the user image, okay, while registration, so we can remove this. Okay, now let's see the next function, which is hash password. Like what it will do, it will use this bcrypt hash function, okay, to encrypt the password, okay, user password. Like हम database में user का actual password नहीं सेव करते हैं, always we save the, you can say, the hash password into our database. So for that we are going to need this function, let's say hash password. Okay, so let's just import this hash from this bcrypt.js. Okay, it's done. Now let's see the next utility function, which is verified password. Okay, just copy this and paste it here. Okay, which is generate verification OTP. Now I just want you to focus some time. Okay, focus you guys for some time to this function, what it will do. Okay, so now it need a generate OTP. So for that I think I haven't created this generate OTP, okay, which we can get it from later, because we have created this generate OTP into our this email. You can see the email utils, but still we can use into the same file as well. Okay, so what we can do, we can create it here, okay, generate OTP. So what it will do, it will take a OTP generator, okay, which we will import from this OTP generator. Okay, so now let's see what it will do. Now this generate OTP, it will let's say we have used this OTP generated module from the package, and from that package we'll use this generate method. Okay, here we'll mention the length of this, let's say the OTP कि हम कितने लेंथ का OTP जनरेट करना चाहते हैं, whether if you want to use the 6 digit 4 digit, okay, you can change your length. And then what are the things you want to include into your OTP. Okay, so we only want to include numeric value like 0 to 9. Apart from it, we don't want to include anything alphabetical or special characters. So for that, we have mentioned this uppercase alphabet will be false. Okay, we have disabled this, and the lowercase alphabet also it will be false, and the special character also will be false. Okay, only the numeric value will true. Okay, so if you see here digit, okay, by default it will be a true value, but if you want to disable it also, you need to mention here like this, like digit as false. Okay, so now this function will return me a 6-digit OTP, a random OTP. So we'll use this function to get the OTP. Okay, and then हम एक एक्सपायरी पीरियड OTP पर सेट करेंगे. सो फर्स्ट हम एक नया डेट टाइम वेरिएबल क्रिएट करेंगे विद दिस न्यू डेट मेथड. ओके, और उसमें हम अपने जैसे OTP एक्सपायरी करंट जो टाइम होगा उससे 10 मिनट नेक्स्ट का जो हम टाइम पीरियड है वो सेव करेंगे. ओके, सो फ्रॉम एक्सपायरी से हम मिनट को पुल करेंगे और उसमें हम 10 को प्लस करेंगे, जिससे कि हम अपने एक्सपायरी में वैसे करंट टाइम से 10 मिनट आगे का टाइम सेट करेंगे. ओके, एंड देन हम अपने डाटाबेस में हम डाटाबेस में यूजर के अगेंस्ट देखिए, करंट यूजर के अगेंस्ट जो हमें यूजर आईडी मिल रहा है, करंट यूजर के अगेंस्ट वेरिफिकेशन OTP और उसका एक्सपायरेशन टाइम को सेट करेंगे और OTP को रिटर्न करेंगे. ओके, like this generate verification OTP function will return an OTP. Okay, now it will generate an OTP, 6-digit OTP. It will set the expiration time, and also it will update the OTP to the user table. Okay, so I hope I am clear to you guys, and also आपको भी समझ में आया है कि generate verification OTP function कैसे वर्क करता है. Okay, here I have also written in bullet points. You can see generate a 6-digit OTP using generate OTP generator. It will set OTP expire to 10 minutes from now, store OTP and expiry time in the user's DB record, and then it will return the OTP for email delivery. Okay, now next we need generate password reset. Okay, so now it will be similar to the generate verification OTP, but just one difference is you can see कि हम वेरिफिकेशन OTP का यूज ईमेल वेरीफाई करते समय यूज करेंगे, और हम जनरेट रीसेट OTP फंक्शन का यूज हम पासवर्ड को रीसेट करने के लिए करेंगे. ओके, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट एवरीथिंग विल बी सेम. Here you can say, so first thing here we need to just check कि यूजर ऑलरेडी हमारे DB में एग्जिस्ट है या नहीं. If it's not, then we don't need to proceed with this function, so we can just return from it. Okay, if user is there, then we'll generate an OTP, expiry period, we'll set the expiration period, and we'll update the user table, and then we'll return this OTP and user ID. Okay, so I hope everything is clear. So just paste this function here. Okay, now let's move. Next function is verify OTP. Okay, so now let's copy this, okay, and paste it here. Now let's see what this function will do. Verify OTP. Okay, so first thing it will check, it will get the user information from the database and check if user is using or not. Okay, and then it will check what is the store OTP, okay, which will get from the argument also only. Okay, so okay, where we are using this verify OTP, because वी आर सेंडिंग ओटीपी, हम ओटीपी को दो जगह से सेंड कर रहे हैं, ओके, यूजर के ईमेल एड्रेस पर। वन while email verification, second while resetting the password, okay. So here we'll take the type कि हम कहाँ पर इस फंक्शन का यूज कर रहे हैं, while verification के टाइम पर या reset करने के टाइम पर, okay. So we'll pass this type and here we'll check if store type is verification, then हम यूजर का जो वेरिफिकेशन ओटीपी उसे गेट करेंगे। यदि हम रिसेट करते टाइम इस फंक्शन का यूज कर रहे हैं तो हम ओटीपी जो है वो यूजर से रिसेट पासवर्ड ओटीपी पर से गेट करेंगे। नाउ इफ यू सी हियर इन द यूजर टेबल वी आर स्टोरिंग ओटीपी टू प्लेस, दो प्लेस पर हम ओटीपी को स्टोर कर रहे हैं, एक है वेरिफिकेशन ओटीपी एंड रिसेट, यू कैन से रिसेट पासवर्ड ओटीपी, ओके। सो हम टाइप से उसके ओटीपी को गेट करेंगे। यदि टाइप हमारा वेरिफिकेशन है तो हम वेरिफिकेशन ओटीपी यूज करेंगे, यदि टाइप हमारा रिसेट है तो हम रिसेट पासवर्ड ओटीपी का यूज करेंगे। एंड देन सिमिलरली वी कैन गेट द एक्सपायरी टाइप टाइम अकॉर्डिंग टू इट, ओके। नाउ फर्स्ट चेक विल यूज हियर इज कि हमारा जो ओटीपी दोनों है वो सेम है या नहीं, इस सेम है, ओके। So we can proceed here, but if it's not same then we can return from here, okay, we can return false if OTP is not same. Now if OTP is same, okay, then we need to check the, let's say, expiry time, okay, कि हमारा जो टाइम है वो OTP जब हम वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं वो हमारे एक्सपायरेशन टाइम के अंदर आता है या नहीं, क्योंकि यूजर को हम OTP हम अभी सेंड करें और यूजर 10 मिनट बाद उस OTP से वेरीफाई कर रहा है तो हमें उसे प्रिवेंट करना है, क्योंकि हमारा ओटीपी का जो वेरिफिकेशन पीरियड है वो 10 मिनट का हमने सेट किया। सो वी नीड टू चेक दिस कंडीशन आल्सो। सो फॉर दैट हियर वी हैव यूज्ड इफ एक्सपायरी इज नॉट देयर और इफ इट्स देयर बट इफ इट्स लेस देन द टाइम, ओके, जो करंट टाइम है, ओके, देन एट द टाइम आल्सो विल रिटर्न फॉल्स, ओके। आई होप आई एम क्लियर टू यू गाइस, ओके। नाउ इफ एवरीथिंग इज, let's say यूजर ने सभी हडल को पास कर लिया, लाइक एवरीथिंग स्टोर पास ओटीपी जो है हमारा ओटीपी के बराबर है और एक्सपायरी टाइम भी इससे कम है, ओके, हियर शुड नॉट बी लेस देन, इफ इट इज ग्रेटर देन ओनली इट विल रिटर्न फॉल्स। नाउ एक्सपायरी पीरियड जो है हमारा करंट टाइम के अंदर है, लाइक 10 मिनट के अंदर यूजर वेरीफाई कर रहा है, देन हियर विल चेक द नेक्स्ट स्टेप इफ टाइप इज वेरिफिकेशन, okay. If type is verification then we need to update the user information also, okay. So user table, so if type is verification what we'll do, we will update the data, like say is verified to true, verification OTP to null and verification OTP expiry to null also, okay. And if type is let's say reset then only we need to return true from here, okay. I hope I'm clear to you guys, बट स्टिल यदि आपके पास अभी भी कोई डाउट है कहीं पर भी, क्योंकि अपना जो कोड बेस है वो टाइम के साथ साथ थोड़ा बड़ा होता चला जाएगा, तो यदि आपको कहीं पर भी कोई डाउट यदि फील होता है तो आप मुझसे चैट सेक्शन में पूछ सकते हैं, ओके। नाउ नेक्स्ट यूटिल फंक्शन विच वी आर गोइंग टू नीड इज रीसेट पासवर्ड, ओके। सो जैसे इट्स अ सिंपल फंक्शन एंड आई डोंट थिंक सो कि हमें इसमें ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेनेशन की आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। हियर यू कैन से व्हाट इट विल डू, इट जस्ट यूज दिस हैश पासवर्ड फंक्शन व्हिच वी हैव क्रिएटेड हियर, ओके। इट विल यूज दिस हैश पासवर्ड फंक्शन एंड फ्रॉम दिस पासवर्ड इट विल गेट दिस पासवर्ड, okay. And when we'll use this reset password, so here you can say after verify OTP, okay, we are returning true. So if it will return the true then we'll just change our password and we'll reset our OTP, okay. We can do the similar thing in the same function also, if you want you can do it, okay. So now it's done. Now we are going to need one more util function, okay, which will be a email.ts, okay. So now let's create it, and inside that util function, okay, we have created this generate OTP, but what we have done, we have moved our generate OTP from email utility to from auth.ts, so, okay. So we can ignore this function, here we'll use this send verification email and send password reset email. Okay, we'll create these two function. Okay, so now let's create this. Okay, so now let's go. So inside our leaf, okay, I will create a new file, name it email.ts. Okay, now first thing, here we need to configure our node mailer, because हम node mailer का यूज कर रहे हैं ईमेल सेंड करने के लिए, तो हमें अपने node mailer को कॉन्फ़िगर भी करना होगा. So for this configuration, okay, if you go to the above, okay, we need some credential which I have mentioned at top कि हमें क्या क्या credential की जरूरत होगी email configuration के लिए. As you can see here in setup, okay, so here you can see I have mentioned the environment variables कि हमें क्या क्या environment variables का यूज पड़ सकता है. Okay, so you just need to copy, you can copy from here, because I think I have already, we have used this database URL, so we don't need to copy everything from here. We just need to mention our next or secret emails. Okay, email server host, email server port, like this thing we are going to need, so we'll copy it. Okay, we can paste it from here to here, not here, my bad. We need to go to our env file, okay, and we can paste here. Okay, so for the secret key, okay, you can use any random string for the development, but it's always like good to generate a random 32-bit password. Okay, and how you can generate, I have mentioned the step. Okay, we can use open SSL rand means random. Okay, and then base 64 फॉर्मेट का 32 बिट्स का हम रैंडम स्ट्रिंग को जनरेट कर सकते हैं while using this command. Okay, so what I will do, I will just copy this command, go to terminal, and I will paste here. Okay, now what it will do, it will generate the 32 length का. Okay, you can count this length, it will be a 32. Okay, so हमें 32 बिट का एक रैंडम 64 let's say base 64 का एक पास स्ट्रिंग जनरेट करके दे देता है. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this. Okay, and I can paste here into our next auth secret. Okay, now let's configure our email. Okay, we need to configure our email. So let's say how we can configure. So at the starting I have mentioned you guys कि हम मेल ट्रैप का यूज़ करेंगे ईमेल को सेंड और रिसीव करने के लिए. ओके, लेट्स नोड मेलर का यूज़ हम करते हैं ईमेल को सेंड करने के लिए, और हम नोड मेलर को अपने मेल ट्रैप के थ्रू कॉन्फ़िगर करेंगे. ओके, ईमेल को रिसीव करने के लिए. ओके, so and how you can do it's pretty simple. You just need to go to the mail trap, create your account, and then you need to create an inbox. That's all. Okay, so once you create an inbox, you can see all the credential here. Okay, so what are the credential you need, you can get from here. First thing, we need email server host, which you can see here. Here is the host name, so you can copy it. Or like once you create your account, it will redirect you to the home page. Also from home page also you can get it, but if you are not getting any configuration there, you just need to go to your inbox. Okay, once you go to inbox, you can see the integration step. Okay, also you can see the code also, no? जो भी आप कोड यूज करते हैं, लाइक वी आर यूजिंग Node.js, PHP यूज करते हैं, अदर जो भी आप कॉन्फ़िगरेशन यूज करते हैं, जैसे कि सॉरी नॉट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, लैंग्वेज चूज करते हैं उसके अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ पर सजेशन आपको मिल जाएगा. Okay, so you can set up your application with that. Okay, so I have already I think copied my server host name. I just need to paste it here. Then port. Okay, so you can use any port from here. Okay, so I am using this 2525. You can use any port. Just copy the port number, and then we need username. So just copy this username, paste here, copy the server password, paste here, and then start. Now email from, you can mention any dummy username here, sorry, dummy user email address, okay, which you want to show as a, let's say, email sent from. Here you can send whatever email you'll send. Here you can see it's a form, it will show like say कहाँ से हमें email receive हो रहा है. So you can see the email address here. जो भी email address आप email from में mention करोगे वो email address यहाँ पर show होगा. Okay, so it's done. Now you can close your email, sorry, env file. Let's go to our documentation. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, now we need to go to the email utils, which is here. Okay, so first thing we need to configure our node mailer. Okay, so for that first we need to import node mailer like this. Just import node mailer, then we'll create a transporter. Just copy this code, okay, paste it here. Okay, so what it will take host name, port, okay, which we have mentioned in the env, you have noticed, host, port, okay, then it need a secure, okay, if we have not mentioned, it will take by default 465, which will be a secure host. And then the authentication, for authentication it will need user and password, so we can get from here user information, password, like this. So these are the, let's say, node mailer configuration which we are going to need. Then we have already let's say written this generate OTP function, okay, तो हम import कर सकते हैं, so we don't need to create again and again. Then we need an verification OTP email function. Okay, so what we'll do, I will copy this function, okay, so, and I can paste it here. So it's pretty simple. Okay, I just explain you. Like this function, what it will do, it will take email address, like कहाँ पर हमें email को send करना है, email address से उसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी, and then OTP. Okay, and then what it will do, it will send this mail. Let's say we will use this transporter, and from transporter we will use this send mail function. Okay, and then we'll pass our, let's say, argument in a as an object format. Okay, so object में हम क्या पास करते हैं, first from, okay, and from will get from the environment variable, and two हम कौन से email पर हम send करना चाहते हैं, and two will get from the argument, as a function argument, and then subject we can pass as a hard coded subject, which will be a verified your email address, and then we'll pass an HTML template like this. Okay, you can pass the HTML template, or you can pass a plain simple text also. It's all up to you. Okay, like if you want to pass a simple text, so you can pass this text also. Okay, it will pass a simple text message, but I want to go with this HTML so that our, let's say, mail should look some like ये थोड़ा सा अच्छा दिखे यूजर के ईमेल एड्रेस पर, इसकी वजह से मैंने HTML टेम्पलेट को प्रेफर किया. Okay, so it's a basic HTML code only. Okay, here you can say some HTML and CSS code. I have used inline CSS code here, and here we'll pass our OTP like this. Okay, that's it. Now similar to, let's say, send verification email, we'll create a send reset OTP email. Okay, it will be similar to the above function. Okay, Just couple of content will change. Apart from that, everything remains the same. Okay, here you can see it's also take email and OTP as an argument. Okay, it will take a from variable, okay, which will get from environment.env file. Okay, then email, sorry, 2 will pass the email which will get from the function argument. Then subject, here you can see subject is changed. Okay, earlier we have used verify your email address, here we will use reset your password. Okay, if you want, okay, you can merge these two function into one. आप एक इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग टू डिफरेंट फंक्शन आप एक फंक्शन का यूज कर सकते हैं विथ जस्ट यूज सम, आपको एक एडिशनल आर्गुमेंट की जरूरत पड़ेगी. ओके, आप टाइप ले सकते हैं कि आप कौन सा टाइप का ईमेल सेंड कर रहे हैं, वेरिफिकेशन या रिसेट ईमेल का, और अकॉर्डिंग टू इट यू कैन चेंज योर सब्जेक्ट एंड कंटेंट. ओके, बिकॉज आर्गुमेंट विल रिमेन द सेम, लाइक बोथ फंक्शन हमारा ईमेल और ओटीपी सेंड कर रहा है, जस्ट उसमें वैसे सेंड वेरिफिकेशन में सब्जेक्ट चेंज है और इसमें भी सब्जेक्ट ही अब चेंज है और सम कंटेंट यू कैन सी चेंज. सो यू कैन यूज कंडीशनल, okay, logic, conditional logic to merge this function into one. Okay, it's all up to you. If you want, feel free to do it. Okay, and if you have done it, just message me in the chat section or comment section guys कि हमने दोनों फंक्शन को एक में मर्ज करके लिखा है. Okay, so it's done. Now we can proceed with our API. Okay, now we have everything required to create let's say sign up API logic or reset password API. Okay, for the API endpoint जिस भी फंक्शन का हमें यूटिल फंक्शन का हमें जरूरत पड़ेगा वो सारा फंक्शन हमने क्रिएट कर लिया है. नाउ दिस इज द टाइम, so we can create our API endpoint into our application. Okay, so let's proceed with it. Okay, so first API जो हम create करेंगे it will be a sign up. Okay, so what I will do, I will create the sign up API and then the sign up page, let's say simultaneously, so that आप changes को भी real time UI पर reflect होते हुए देख सकते हैं. Okay, so now just here you can see sign up API and what is the purpose for creating this API. Okay, it's handle the user registration process, okay, with password hashing and saving user information to the database. Okay, and also at last it will send out verification OTP to user email address. Okay, so if you want, okay, now here I want you to get let's say suggestion from you guys, that suggestion a quick query from you. So what do you want? If you want me to write all this function logic, or you can say the API logic by myself into the code, or you want me to just copy paste this code and explain you. Okay, so like what is our going on in this API endpoint. What do you think guys? Do you want me to write all the code logic or do you want me to just copy paste and explain you? Okay, let's see. If you ask me, okay, because in this application there will be multiple endpoint and multiple pages which we will need to create. So what I will suggest you guys, because instead of writing everything by myself, what I will do, I will just copy paste this API endpoint and explain what is happening into the code. Okay, and then if you feel कि यहाँ पर while explaining यदि आपको कहीं पर भी ऐसा फील होता है कि नहीं मुझे इस प्लेस पर समझ नहीं आया, यहाँ पर ये लॉजिक क्यों लिखा हुआ है, okay, you can message me in the chat box and I will explain you. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just copy this function, sorry not function, and the code. Okay, now I will go to the app. Here you can see the path also I have provided, where you need to create this file and you need to write this code. Okay, so inside app, okay, we have created an API and inside API we have created auth. folder, and inside this auth folder we'll create another folder. Okay, and we'll name it sign up. Okay, and inside this sign up folder we'll create another file, name it route, or you can say route.ts. Yes, you can pronounce, I think somebody pronounce as route and somebody pronounce as route. I also confused okay, what is the correct pronunciation, but I prefer to pronounce with root. If you feel if I am wrong, you can message me in the chat or comment box. Okay, so here you can see the path name. Okay. App, inside app directory create an API if it's already there. So inside API, then inside auth folder, then create a sign up folder. Inside sign up create a root.ts file. Now copy this code, paste it here. Okay, and it's done. Now let's explain you what is happening there. So now first thing what I am doing, I am getting, okay, extracting the, let's say, JSON data, or you can say the API payload, okay, from the API endpoint. Okay, so now here I am using request. Okay, from request I am using JSON method. Okay, now what it will do, it will return me all the, let's say, payload which we are passing to this API endpoint. Now what how it will sorry, if you are not getting, like, I will explain you. If you make any API call ना, I will show you with real API call. This is a Thunder client जहाँ पर आप अपने API को टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. Okay, so here you can say inside the body ना, whatever information will pass here, okay, we can extract it from this request JSON. Okay, like it's an asynchronous operation, so we must need to use await function here, or you can use .catch also. Okay, then here I have written a validation. Okay, like if name, email, or password, if anything is missing, then it will pass a missing required field. Since our name is an optional, so we can remove this name. Okay, but if you want let's say name should be a, it should not be an optional field, it should be a required, so you can keep it here. Okay, now after that we will check if this is an, let's say, the user, let's say, email is already there into our database or not. Okay, because we want to register, okay, a user with a unique email address. Okay, so यदि हमारे पास कोई यूजर सेम ईमेल एड्रेस ऑलरेडी देयर है, तो हम सेम ईमेल यूजर को क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते हैं. Okay, so for that purpose, okay, first I'm checking, I'm trying to search if let's say user already there into the database or not. Okay, so for that I choose this database query, let's say db.user.findUnique. Okay, where I have passed this condition, email is equal to this email address. Okay, if there is email, then I am returning this JSON response with user with this email already exists. Okay, now if user is not there, let's say if it is false, okay, then we can proceed the next step. Then in the next step we need to hash the password. So for that we can use our util function as password, which we have created into our lib/auth.ts file. So we can get this function, let's say import this function from that file, and we can hash our password, sorry, user password. And then what I will do, we'll create a new user with this information into our database. Okay, so what will be the credential which will pass while creating user? We need to pass name, email, password will pass our hash password, and then is verified as pass. Okay, and then after creating a user, what we'll do, we'll generate an OTP. Okay, so we'll generate use this generate verification OTP function. Okay, so we'll import this function and use it here. Okay, it will take a user id as a argument, so we'll pass this, and then we'll use this send verification email function. Okay, so what it will do now here, what it will do, this function, okay, this function will return an OTP. Okay, like it will generate an OTP, set the expiration period for that OTP, and it will update the user data, okay, with it, and return this OTP. So we'll get this OTP from here, and we'll use send verification email function, which will send the email to the user email address. Okay, now if anything went wrong while sending this verification email, okay, so if anything went wrong, then this function will return with false. So okay, so if its email sent is false, then we'll return a JSON response like failed to send verification email. Okay, but if everything is correct, then we'll return this message: user created successfully, please check your email for verification OTP. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's run our application. Now it's time to run our application and test this API endpoint. Okay, so here what I will do, I will use npm run dev. Okay. Now let's hope everything is correct. Finger cross, and here you can see our application is successfully running. Now what I will do, I will go to my VS Code because I have not created any page. Okay, so I have only created a sign up route. So what I will do, I will go to my Thunder client and I will raise a request. Okay, post request here. So now I will create a new request. Okay, like the method will be post. Okay, API endpoint will be, let's say, localhost, let's say http://local host colon 3000, because our application is running at port number 3000, and then the API endpoint. So here you can see the endpoint is API/auth/signup. So we can use this. So API/auth/signup. Okay, then we need to pass our body. Okay, so let's pass our body. Okay, so what are the information it will take? If you go to our file, it's the endpoint file, like it will take name, email, and password. Okay, so just pass all those as a JSON format. So name will be, let's say, web YT. Okay, email, let's pass email as, let's say, web yt@gmail.com. Okay, and then password, okay, let's pass as admin @123. Okay, let's hit the send button. Let's see what will happen. Let's see if we are getting any response or not. Now here you can say it send the response: user created successfully, please check your email for verification OTP. That means it pass the every condition, check condition, like first this condition we have we have correctly passed our name, email, and password, and there is no user with this existing email, so it's also pass this condition. Okay, and then it will create a new user, okay, with this name, email, and password, and then it will send a verification email to our email address. Now let's check whether I have received that email or not. So if I go to our mail trap, here you can see I got an email which is verify your email address with this subject, and then here you can say thank you for signing up, please use the following OTP to verify your email address. That means we have successfully created our sign up endpoint. Okay, now let's create a user endpoint for verify email. Okay, so now here you can say I have mentioned on the next step. In this next step you can see, sorry, in the documentation you can see the email verification API. So here you can see the path should be where we need to create our API. Okay, so inside art folder we need to create a verify email folder, and inside it route.ts नाम से फाइल क्रिएट करना है, उसके अंदर हम अपने सारा कोड लॉजिक को लिखेंगे. And here you can see the purpose of this API endpoint also, like it's verify user email address using one-time password, which is OTP, sent via your email. Okay, and here you just need to make sure there should be a validation for OTP. Let's say OTP should be valid, and it's like the condition is that OTP is valid for the 10 minutes only. And if user is already verified, then okay, like once verified, OTP should be clear from the database. Okay, so let's say first thing, let's copy this code. Okay, and then create a endpoint. Okay, and then I will explain you the step. Okay, so now inside art folder, what I will do, I will create a new folder. This will be a verify email. Okay, inside this folder I will create a route.ts file, and I will paste the code here. Okay, now let's see the code. What I will do now, this function, this will be also a post method. Okay, now it will take user ID and OTP from the JSON body, or you can say the request body, and also there will be a validation. Let's say both fields are required. If one of them, let's say user ID or OTP, if any of them is missing, then it will return missing required field. Then we'll use verify OTP function. If you remember, we have created this verify OTP function into our utils auth.ts file to verify the OTP against user ID. So what we'll do, we'll pass user ID, OTP, and the type, like which type of verification we are performing, whether we are verifying this OTP on email verification or reset password. So we need to pass the type or verification or reset. Then if this let's say function return false value, then we need to return this response invalid or expired OTP. But if everything is correct, then we need to return email verified successfully response. Okay, now it's done. Now we can test this function also, sorry, not function, this you can see API endpoint also. Okay, so now we can close this thing, ANV also we can close schema file also. Now I will go to Thunder client. Okay, create a new request. Okay, now we can copy the API endpoint from the previous request. Okay, here we just need to change our endpoint. Instead of sign up, it will be a verify email. If you go to our documentation, you can see the endpoint is verified email. Okay, method will be post. Okay, and inside body, okay, we need to pass two things. If we go to the, let's say, method, here you can say we need to pass user ID and OTP. Okay, so let's pass it here. Okay, so first thing we need to pass user ID. Okay, and user ID we can get from the previous response. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this user ID from here, Control C. Okay, and I will paste here, and then we need to pass OTP. Okay, and OTP we can receive from here. Okay, let's copy it and paste it here. Now let's hit the send button. Let's see what the response will get. Now here you can see I got the response as email verified successfully. Okay, now here I just want you to notice, if I hit the send method again. Now here you can see I got the response as invalid or expired OTP. And why I am getting this? Because after verified OTP, okay, if OTP is verified, then what we are doing, we are resetting. Here you can say we are resetting the data. Let's say verification OTP will be null and the expiry also will be null into our application, user database. Okay, so this ensure also the security. Let's say one OTP will be valid for the one time use only. Okay. We can't use the same OTP for the multiple time. Okay, so now we have successfully created the sign up and the email verification API. Okay, now what I want, instead of creating the next API like for recent email verification OTP, okay, or any other API endpoint, what I want to create the user interface for it, so that we can test it from the user page, let's say from the UI also. Okay, so now I will skip this endpoint for as of now. Okay, later I will create. Now first what I will do, I will create a home page. Okay, so now it's a pretty simple. Okay, now here you can see it's a basic HTML, you can say the TSX page. Okay, where I have used some couple of heading and paragraph. Okay, and then some link for navigating between pages. Okay, that's it. So what I will do, I will just copy this code. Okay, I will go to my file. Okay, here we don't need to create let's say a new file. Okay, we can use the existing page, which is let's say page.tss, like it's on, you can consider as a home page for your Next.js application. Okay, here we just need to replace this code. So what I will do, I will do Control A and Control B, I will do, and I will save it. Okay, now let's see if I go to our UI. Okay, if I go to the localhost colon 3000, let's see what the user interface will let's say we can see. Let's see guys, let's wait for some time. Yes, so here you can see I got my home page, which is Next.js authentication app, a simple authentication. Let's say the heading and the description is also there and the button is also there. Okay, now if I want to go to sign up page, okay, if I click on this sign up, let's see what happened. What do you say guys, what I will get? Oh, I am getting 404. This page could not be found because I have created sign up for the API endpoint. I have not created sign up page yet. Okay, so for that first we need to create a sign up page. Okay, so now let's create this sign up page also. So if you scroll down, if you go to the documentation, if you scroll down here, you can see I have mentioned the code for sign up page. Okay, now I will explain all this thing, okay, similar to the API endpoint. So what I will do, first thing I will copy this code, okay, to the clipboard. Okay, now what I will do, I will go to my app directory. Okay, inside app I will create a folder, name it sign up. Okay, and then inside sign up folder I will create a file, name it page.tsx. Okay, like this is a way how you create a, let's say, UI pages for your Next.js application. Okay, so route.ts is responsible for creating API endpoint, and page.tsx is responsible for creating pages into your Next.js application. Okay, now here I will paste my code. Okay, now let's see what it will do. Okay, so now here I have created some couple of states, okay, like name, email and password, and error and loading. Okay, so name, email and password we are creating to for registration. Like for registration we are taking name, email and password from the user. Okay, so from those we are created this user state, and then I have created this error and is loading state. Like error, if we are getting any error from the server side, so we can store this email sorry error response here, and we can show to the user. Okay, and is loading, like this state will use while if our API endpoint is in pending state. कि जब तक कि हमारा API कॉल होता है तब तक के लिए हम अपने इज लोडिंग स्टेट को ट्रू रखेंगे. जैसे हमें वहां से सक्सेस या फेलियर रिस्पॉन्स मिलता है तभी हम इसे फेल करेंगे, एंड उस टाइम के लिए हम कुछ लोडिंग मैसेज यूजर को शो करेंगे. ओके, and then here I have created a handle submit function, okay, which you can see it's pretty simple. First I have just used this event prevent default because I have called this handle function to our form. Okay, so first thing we need to prevent the default behavior of HTML form. Okay, then I have set each loading to true, and then if there is a error, already there is anything in error, then we are setting this error to null, or sorry, empty string. Then I have called our API endpoint. So if you are using any asynchronous operation, so you must wrap your code with try catch block. So here I have wrapped our code with try catch and finally block. Okay, so here I have used fetch method to call our API endpoint. So here you can see I use API/auth/signup endpoint. Method is post. Okay, and the content type headers I have passed application/JS, and the JSON body I have passed here as a JSON.stringify. Okay, and then in the JSON response, like response.json में हमें डाटा मिलता है, एक्चुअल डाटा जो मिलता है उसे हम डाटा को कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं. एंड देन इफ anything is went wrong, let's say if our response dot okay is getting let's say false value, then we are let's say setting this throwing this an error message, and we are storing this error as a set error. Okay, and if everything is correct, then we are pushing user to, sorry, not pushing, you can say we are navigating or redirecting user to the verify email page. Okay, that's it. And here below it you can say I have written the HTML code, you can say the UI. Okay, so pretty simple. I have just used the div and couple of HTML div and h2 tag. Okay, and then the input field for creating the form. Okay, you can refer this. Okay, and also I have mentioned in the documentation, so you can refer from here also. And if you find anything difficulty, so you can message me in the chat section. Okay, now let's go to our application and see. Now here you can say if I go to the sign up page and refresh, here you can see I got the UI. Like earlier I am getting page not found, but this time I am getting our sign up page. Now we can use this our sign up page for registration. Okay, now let's try to register a user. So here again I will pass name as webdevyt, email as webdevyt@gmail.com, and password is admin@123. Now let's hit the sign up button. So now here you can see I'm getting a message like user with this email already exists, because हमने थंडर क्लाइंट के थ्रू ऑलरेडी एक यूजर सेम ईमेल एड्रेस से क्रिएट किया है. So that's why we can't create another user with the same email ID. Now let's create a different. I have modified my email address like this. Instead of webdevyt, it will be webdevyt2@gmail.com. Now hit the sign up button. Now let's see what the response I will get. Okay, so it's create a sign up page. Now here you can say it's redirect me to the verify email page, but this page is not available yet to our applications. That's why it's giving me this error 404. This page could not be found. Now we need to create verify email page also. Okay, so now let's create this verify email page quickly. So what I will do, I will copy this endpoint, sorry, code. I will go to my VS Code inside app. Okay, here you can see we need to create a verify email folder. Okay, so I will create verify email folder, and inside this folder I will create page.psx file. Okay, just paste the code here, guys. Okay, and just go to our application and refresh it. Now let's see what I will get here. So now here you can say I got my verify email user interface. I can see the page. Sorry guys. Okay, so here you can see. Now first let me explain you into code, then I will explain the user interface. Okay, so now code is also simple. Okay, don't be confused कि हमने यहाँ पर multiple state use किया. I will explain you. Now here you can see for verification where we have passed an input field. Okay, जिससे कि यूजर अपना OTP यहाँ एंटर कर सकता है. So we'll like handle this OTP with this state, OTP state, and then user ID. So whatever user ID will get from the params, we'll set it here. Now here you can see I have created a use effect hook. Okay, okay, so from the use search param I am extracting the user ID and setting it to this state. Okay, and also I have set a cooldown period. Okay, so once our page reload or we navigate to here, there will be a timer which we can show to the user. Okay, and then similar we have this error state, so we can handle the error case also. If we got an error, we'll set this error to this state. Okay, then success, if we are getting a success response from the API, so we'll handle this case by using this state. Okay, success state, and then is loading to handle the loading state. Okay, now here this callback function, so use effect I have already explained you. Now here a use effect I have created, like it's this use effect will use to show the timer to user. Okay, here you can say if we click on resend OTP, so it will send this OTP. Okay, unexpected token, we will handle this let's say error. Okay, later. And why we are getting this, we have not created this resend OTP. Here you can say we need to create an API endpoint resend OTP, which we have not created yet. That's why we are getting this error. But later we'll create this endpoint also, and we won't get this error. So the whole thing is once we have refreshed our let's say page, here you can say there will be a countdown timer which will run. You can see here resend OTP in 54, 53, 52 seconds. So okay, so for that countdown we'll use this use effect. Okay, what it will do, it will check if our cooldown time is greater than 0. Okay, then it will update our cooldown time with -1, the current time -1, it's in every second. Okay, and then in the clear timeout, sorry, clear answer, or you can say the return, we are clearing our timeout. and here we have created this handle submit to verify email. Okay, what it will do, it will call this verify email API endpoint. Okay, with this we'll pass this user ID and OTP as a payload, and then if we are getting this response okay, then we'll, so if we are not getting a response dot okay, then we'll show verification failed message to user. Okay, and we'll set success to true. But if we are getting any error, then we'll set the error with this error message. Similar, we have created this resend OTP function to resend the OTP. Okay, now here in the UI, what we are doing, we are showing first let's say heading, let's say page heading, verify your email and enter your OTP send to your email. And then here we have showing two screen to user. Let's say if our success is true, okay, let's say our OTP is verified successfully. Okay, now if success is true, in that case we will just show a message to user, let's say your email has been verified successfully, and then we will show a link to user to navigate to login page. Okay, here if you want to automatically redirect user to the login page, you can do it, but here I am providing a login button. Let's say if user has successfully verified the OTP, then he need to click on this login button to redirect to login page. Okay, and then if we user let's say we are getting any error while validating the email, sorry, OTP, then we can show the error message. And then I have created a form. Okay, so like this form, it will take a, it will have an input field for getting the, sorry, taking the OTP from user. Okay, here you can see it's asking for enter 6-digit OTP. Okay, and here we have used this onChange. In the onChange function, or you can say event, we are just setting our OTP state, we are just updating our OTP state. Okay, and then here we are calling our button. Okay, okay, for verify email, and also we have passed three button here, you can say, for verify email, for resend, and for login. Okay, so here this first button is responsible for verify email. So if user click on this button, so first he need to pass the OTP. Okay, because without pass the OTP he can't send, sorry, verify. So first you need to pass the OTP. Then the second button is for resend the OTP, and third, if user, let's say, already verified, then he need to log into our application. So he, on clicking on this button, he can log into the application. Okay, so now let's see, if I go to my mail trip. Okay, so here you can see last OTP I have received 9 minutes ago. Now let's wait for 1 minute. Okay, let's say, so that we can test the OTP expiration period also. Okay, so just wait for 1 minute, guys. After that we will enter the OTP and see if we are getting the OTP expiration period also, let's say validation or not. So meanwhile, if you are with me, like that means जो भी हमने कोड लॉजिक अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट किया है, यदि इसमें आपको कहीं पर भी कोई क्वेरी है या अंडरस्टैंडिंग में कोई पर भी कोई डिफिकल्टी आपको फेस हो रही है, तो यू कैन मैसेज इन द chat box, and also if you are getting my point, then also you can message in the chat box. Okay, now let's refresh it. I think it's 10 minutes. Yeah, so now what I will do, I will copy this OTP, I will paste it here. Now let's hit the verify email. Okay, so I got this, your email has been verified successfully. Okay, I think I need to wait for 11 minutes. Now let's test once again. Okay, what we can do, we can go to the sign up page once again. Okay, and here we can change our logic. Okay, while sending the verification OTP, so we can go to our auth.ts. Okay, or here you can see on the sign up API also we can go to this API, then sign up route.ts. So here we are sending our verification OTP. Okay, here we just reduce the our expiration period. So instead of 10 minutes, what I want to wait for 30 seconds only. Okay, not let's say get minutes, let's say get second. Okay, and I want to wait for 30 seconds only. Okay, this is part of testing purpose only. Okay, so now let's refresh it. Okay, there should not be any error. Just wait. Okay, yes, there is no error. Now I will use this. Let's say now this time I will use Manish. Email address is manish@gmail.com. The password is admin@123. Now let's hit the sign up button. Just creating the account. Okay, just created the account. Now let's see if I received the OTP or not. Yeah, I have received OTP a few seconds ago. Okay, now let's copy this OTP. Just wait for 1 minute time. Okay, after that we'll check. Yeah, thanks. Now we can test it. So here enter the OTP and now I will verify. Again, I got this email has been verified successfully. I think there's something wrong into our verification. Now let's test it. Generate verification. So here I have just passed set expiration period to 30 seconds. Okay, now here on the verify email, what I am using, I'm just calling this verify email API endpoint. So let's go to this verify email API. So here it's calling this verify OTP. Here I'm just checking this our expiration time. Okay, okay, so what we can do, we can console this now. Just like console.log expire expiry time. Okay, and then we can console the current time. Okay, the current time will be new date. Okay, we can console it, and now we can go to our, let's say, sign up. Let's go to this generate verification OTP, and here we will update it to minute. Let's say after 1 minute. Here instead of 30 seconds we'll use 1 minute. Okay, let's say after 1 minute our OTP will expire. Now let's again go to the sign up page. Okay, let's go to the sign up. Let's enter the email, same email name, webdev IT, webdev YT3 at gmail.com and admin at 123. So sign up. should send the OTP to user email. Yeah, OTP has sent to your email. Now let's go to the mail trap. Okay, so I have received the OTP. Just wait for couple of minutes. Okay, let's just wait for 2 minutes, guys. Okay, for safety purpose, just wait for 2. So currently is 6:05. Okay, so at 6:07 we will try to verify our email. So now I think we can test our OTP. So we can copy this OTP, paste it here. Now let's put the verify. Okay, now here I'm getting this message, invalid or expired OTP. That means I think our verification logic is working. Now again I will reset it to not 30 minutes, let's say 10 minutes. Save it. Okay, so now verify email part is done. Okay, now let's implement this resend OTP API and the reset OTP page also. Okay, so now let's again go back to our documentation. Now let's scroll to above. Here from here also you can navigate. Now I want to implement API endpoint for reset. So user sign up API we have done. Now resend email verification OTP. Just API endpoint which we need to implement. Just click here and it will take you to that. Okay, so here for that first we need to create an API endpoint. So we need to create a folder resend OTP. Okay, and then resend OTP के अंदर हमें एक route.ts नाम से फाइल क्रिएट करना है. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this whole thing. Okay, now I will go here. You can close all this file. Okay, now here I will click on this auth. Now here instead of creating folder I will create a file. So I will click on this plus file icon and I will pass this the path and just click the enter button. Now here you can see it created my file. Inside auth folder it created a reset OTP, sorry resend OTP folder, and inside that folder it created a route.ts file. Okay, so now what I will do, I will copy this endpoint, sorry the code, and I will paste here. Okay, now again we'll just recap, see what is happening inside this code. First we are getting this user ID from the request body. We have used this let's say validation. If there is no user ID then we'll send plus user ID is required. Okay, then we'll try to get the user from that user ID. Okay, if there is no user exists with this user ID then we'll return user not found with this 404 status code. But if user is found but user is already verified, okay, then in that case will return user is already verified. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, so I am back, guys. So where I was, okay, so here we have seen if user is verified, and okay, then we don't need to verify the OTP. Like this is a single time process only. If user is not verified, then only will verify his OTP. Okay, and then if user is not verified, then we'll again use this function, util function generate verification OTP to regenerate OTP, and then we'll send this OTP to the user email. Okay, okay, so now if email is not sent, like due to some server side error or any reason, if our code is not able to send the email, then we'll show this message to user like I failed to send verification email. But if everything is correct, then we'll send this message. Let's say we show this message to user, verification OTP resent to your email. Okay, so it's done. We have successfully created our resend OTP. Okay, so if I go to the sign up page, here you can see when we are, let's say, clicking on this, not sign up, verify email page. So here you can see once user is clicking on this resend OTP page, so it will call this handle reset OTP function. Okay, and it will raise a call to this API endpoint, which is a resend OTP. Okay, now we can test it. Here if I click on resend OTP, so it's sending OTP. Okay, now here you can say earlier we are getting an error, but this time we have not got any error sending the OTP to user. Now just wait for some time. Now it's successfully sent the OTP. Okay, so here if you notice, I have missed one thing. Okay, once we have successfully sent the OTP to user email address, resend the OTP, then we need to show some message to user. So I leave this thing to you guys. Okay, to implement a message, like to show us message, like how you want to show the message, it's all up to you. Just show a message that OTP has been sent to the user email address. Okay, like similar kind of message, just show. And how and where you will show this message, I will leave on all up to you guys. Okay, now if I go to our my mail tab, okay, so here you can say just a minute ago I have received an email, and here you can say I got this OTP. Now I can use this OTP to verify our OTP. So I will paste this OTP here. I will click this verify OTP. Now here you can say our email has been verified successfully. Now I can navigate to the login page. So if I click on this login page, let's say whatever, again same page is not available, page could not be found. Let's say 404 messages. So now I hope you know what is the next step. So in the next step, we need to create a, let's say, login page. Okay, we don't need to create a, let's say, login API, because we are using NextAuth, okay, library, and I have already created a, let's say, API endpoint for this authorization. Okay, here if you go to the NextAuth inside Route.js, we have written our logic for login. Okay, here you can say we are getting the credential. Okay, and we are verifying user. Okay, so at this time we only need to create a login page. Okay, so we can go to the create login page heading. Okay, so here we just need to create a page, okay, inside the login folder. So what I will do, again I will copy this, okay, and then in the app I will create a new file, I will paste it here. Okay, now what I will do, I will copy this code, okay, and then I will paste it here. Okay, now let's explain you, okay, what is happening inside the code. First thing, okay, we are taking this email and password to the user from the user. So for that purpose we have used this email and password state. Then for handle the error and each loading state, we have created error and each loading state. And then message, okay, if we are getting us let's say registered message, okay, to show this message we are using this flag, so registered message. Let's say if we have the message, okay, on this login page, so we can show this message. Okay, and how we can get this message from the param itself. Okay, so while, let's say, sending the redirecting the user to from any page to login page, we will pass any message to the URL param and we'll get this message to here. Okay, and we'll show this message. Okay, and now let's come back to the user, or let's say UI JSX code, or you can say TSS code. Here you can say first I have created a heading, sign into your account. If we have any message, then we'll show this message, account created successfully, please log in. Okay, so here what we can do, okay, from verify email page, okay, let's say here once we have verified the user, then we are navigating user, no? So here you can say we are the login. Okay, so here we can pass our message registered as true. Okay, we can pass this thing. Okay, so if we are getting this registered as true, then we'll show this registered message. Okay, now here you can say if I pass as registered as true, and if I refresh it, you can see there will be a message. Okay, let's say account created successfully, please log in. Okay, so in this way you can show the message to user. Okay, now here we have created this for. Okay, now if we have any error, then we can show this error like this. Okay, then we have created a form, okay, to enter this email address and password. Okay, and then here we have created a handle submit function. What it will do, it will call this sign in. Okay, instead of calling a fetch method, it's call this sign in method, and from where we have get sign in, you can see we are getting from Next.auth/react. So we are importing this module from this Next.auth, and we have passed this credential. Now if you notice, if you go to this auth.ts, okay, here you can pass, we have passed this credential. Okay, we need to make sure name is should be correct. Okay, credential. Okay, and then redact should be false, and we are passing this our credential, let's say email and password. Okay, and then if we are getting any error from verifying this inner, or you can just signing, then we'll show this email. But if everything is correct, then we'll redirect user to the dashboard page. Okay, so in this way we can write our login logic. So now let's test it. Test it. So for that purpose, what I will use my email address. So I can, if you remember, I have created an account from this web.yt. Okay, and I will use my email. Let's use incorrect password to see if we are getting any, let's say, error message or not. So if I use this incorrect password, let's see. So it's running currently, and now here you can see I've got this message: invalid email or password. Okay, so now let's use the correct password and let's hit the sign in. Okay, so now let's see what happened. Okay, again, after successfully sign in, it will navigate user to the dashboard page. Since the dashboard page is not available, that's why it's okay, throwing this 404 not found message. So now let's quickly create our dashboard page also. Okay, so let's create our dashboard page. Okay, let's create a file first. Okay, so now let's close all this. Okay, now let's go to app, create a new file with this name dashboard/page.tsx. Let's copy this code, okay, and paste it here. Okay, so what it will do, okay, quickly I will just explain you. First it will take this use session from this Next.auth. okay, from session से यह हमें status और डाटा रिटर्न करता है, इसको हम सेशन नाम से रीनेम कर रहे हैं. Okay, then we are using this use router. Okay, and then what I have done, I have created a user state variable which will hold this name and email of user. Okay, and now inside this use effect, like this is the main thing. You can say here you can say entire our dashboard page is handled by this use effect. So what I'm doing here, I'm just checking the status. If status is unauthenticated, okay, that means user is not logged in. Then in that case we are redirecting user to the login page. But if there is session, user is authenticated, that means there will be a session, and from session if we are getting this user information, then from this user we are just updating our user state with this name and email. Name will be session.user.name and email will be session.user.email. okay, and I have also created a handle sign out function. Like what it will do, इस फंक्शन की मदद से हम अपने सेशन को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकते हैं, वैसे अपने एप्लीकेशन से लॉग आउट कर सकते हैं. Okay, and it's pretty simple. We just need to import sign out module, or you can say method, from this Next.auth. You can see I have imported this sign out. Okay, and here we just need to pass our redact. Okay, so redact should be false, and then here we are manually redirecting user to the login page with router.push. Okay, and here you can see if state is loading, then we'll show a loading kind of anything, and if everything is correct, okay, we are showing our dashboard heading, and the top right side will show a sign out button, and then the main content you can see here. Okay, so now if I go to our application, you can see I'm getting this kind of, okay, or you can say this kind of UI. So now here I was just want to show, okay, if I go to the dashboard, sorry, home page. Okay, so here you can say I'm still showing this login, sign up, and go to dashboard page. Okay, so now if I click on this go to dashboard, okay, I am able to go to dashboard page. Okay, but if I try to click on this login, what should happen? Okay, I am getting this login page, but this thing we need to prevent. If I am authenticated, then we should not go to the login page, we should go to the dashboard page, which we implement later. Okay, so here couple of things is pending, we need to implement. Okay, let's say while sign up we have created everything. Okay, sign up is completed. Okay, like we can sign up, let's say web id. Okay, email address will be, let's say, web.it4. Password is admin@123. If I click on this sign up, user will be signed up. Just wait for some time. Okay, so here you can say OTP has sent to the email address. Now let's go to the mail trip. Sorry, mail trip. Just copy the OTP. Okay, come back to our application, enter the OTP with the verify email. Now you can say OTP has been verified and I can still come to the login page. Okay, and one more thing, just test the recent verification OTP function also. Okay, so here I will enter the email addresses web.it5 admin@123. Let's hit the sign up button. Okay, so OTP has sent. Now let's wait for some time. Okay, now just test this recent OTP button also. Just wait for 25, 24, 20 seconds almost. Yes, now let's say the recent OTP. Let's wait for some time. Let's see if OTP is getting sent or not. Yeah, you can say OTP is getting sent. Just here message is pending. Okay, if you want, you can implement. Let's go to the, let's say, page of verify email. Okay, so here you can say your email is verified. So here only we can write create a state. Okay, let's say resend OTP. Okay, set a recent loading is true. Now after it we are setting is recent loading false. Okay, so here we can copy this similar thing, we can paste here, and here instead of error we can use this recent loading state. Copy this recent loading. Okay, paste it here. Okay, and message. Okay, so how we can send it? Okay, so we can use this class name for styling. Everything is there, I think. Just paste it. Instead of text red, it should be text green. Just copy this, student 700, paste it here. Okay, and instead of error, let's say here we can set a hard coded message also. So what should be message? OTP sent to your email. Okay, and you can write address also to be precision. Okay, OTP sent to your email address. Okay, so now and I think when it should show. Let's create a state. Okay, send OTP, set send OTP. Okay, it will be a use state and it will be a boolean, not boolean, false value. By default value should be false. Okay, now here we'll use set send OTP to false. Okay, now while we get this OTP, here we'll set this send OTP to true. Okay, now here instead of recent loading, I can use this send OTP state. Now let's test it. Okay, now let's again wait for 60 seconds and let's see what we'll get here. Okay, so now if I click this resend OTP, okay, I did not get a message here. So got this message, send OTP. Let's send OTP. Send set OTP to false, and then finally I have used this send set OTP to true. Now let's refresh this. I think everything is correct, and I'm at the verify email page also. So inside, if send OTP is true, then we should got this, which is see this OTP sent to your email address message. Let's wait for 60 seconds, guys. And 47. Okay, now let's click on this resend OTP. It's sending the OTP. Now here you can say I got the message as OTP sent to your email address. Okay, now one more thing, what I want, let's say when I'm navigating it from the previous page, that means also OTP is sent. So for that purpose, what I will do, I will use this variable to be true by default. Okay, now once I hit this resend OTP, okay, then it will become false, and then if OTP is success, okay, if OTP is success, then we'll show this message. Now you can say by default OTP will sent OTP will remains the, let's say, true. Now let's test it. Okay, again I will go to the sign up page. Now I will repeat the process Again, I will create a new account with a new email address, admin@123. Let's hit the sign up button. Okay, so there I should see this OTP sent to your email address message. Okay, here you can say I am getting this OTP sent to your email address. Okay, now here, now let's test this recent OTP feature also. Now once I click on this recent OTP, then at that time this message should on, and if recent OTP is success, then हमें OTP sent to your email address ये message दिखना चाहिए. Now let's wait for it. Okay, so just 30 seconds more, guys. Now let's hit the send on OTP. Now you can say message has been gone. Okay, once it's sent successfully, you can say I message is back. OTP sent to your email address. Now let's enter the get the OTP from mail trap. Get the latest one. Copy this. Come back to our application. Enter the OTP and hit the verify. You can see your email has been verified successfully. Click on this login button. Okay, now let's navigate me to the login. Now enter the email. Enter the password. Okay, hit the sign in. Okay, now it should navigate me to the dashboard page. Yes, I have navigated to the dashboard page. Now let's hit the sign out button. Now it should navigate me to the login page. Yes, I am still at the login page. Now let's test this forgot password feature. Now if I click on this forgot password, here, tada, I am getting this forgot password error. Okay, like 404 error. This page could not be found because I have not created this forgot password page yet. Okay, so let's quickly create it. First thing, we need to create API. Okay, now here you can see I have created this API endpoint for sign up, verify email, and resend verification email. Okay, now we need to create API for forget password, okay, and verified password. Okay, so now let's do it. User sign up API डन, क्रिएट हो गया है. ईमेल वेरिफिकेशन ये भी डन है. रिसेंट ईमेल वेरिफिकेशन OTP API ये भी क्रिएट हो गया है. नाउ लेट्स वी नीड टू क्रिएट API एंड पॉइंट फॉरगेट पासवर्ड. ओके, क्योंकि फॉरगेट पासवर्ड का API एंड पॉइंट वी नीड टू क्रिएट. ओके, so as earlier, first thing we need to create this file forget password / route.ts. So we'll go to the auth, create new file, paste the file path. Okay, file is created. Now let's copy this code, paste here. Okay, now let's see the code. Okay, just a quick recap. Okay, so forget password, we only first thing we are going to need email address, which we'll get from the request body. Okay, here is the validation. If email is not provided, then we'll show the message as email is required. Okay, if email is sent, then we'll use this generate password reset OTP function. We'll use this function. Okay, what it will do, it will generate a reset OTP. Okay, here I think one more thing we need to do. Okay, the couple of thing. Okay, I think not couple, one verification is missing. Okay. So the first verification which we need to check here, first thing we need to check if user is exist or not. So for that, what I will use await db dot user dot find unique. Okay, so for forget password also we need to check if user is already there or not. Okay, this validation should be there. So here we'll pass a where condition, where we'll pass the condition as email, and this email should be same as user email. Okay, so first thing, if user is not there, okay, the first thing we'll check if user is not there, then in that case we'll return next response. Okay, and we'll return a JSON response as error as user is not exist. Okay, I think it should be similar. Here you can see which we are returning. It's a recent OTP. Okay, route.ts recent OTP. So what user is already verified, user ID is required. Okay, this message I was looking for. The user is not exist for forget password. No, let's go to the recent user not found. Okay, looking for this message. Let's say it should be same. Okay, at every place. Okay, if you are returning a message, so just return a same message to every place. Okay, for the same case. Now if user dot is verified, if it's false, then also we need to return some response dot json. Okay, or here we can pass a status also. So the status should be 400 unauthorized. Okay, so here we'll pass a error message. Okay, user is not verified. Okay, I think somewhere I have used user is already verified. No, let's say route, let's say login. Okay, I think on login I have used it. Okay, please verify your email before login, or not before login. Okay, please verify your email address. Okay, first please verify your email address first. Okay, so first, if you are if a user are trying to resend, sorry, forget password. Okay, if you try to hit this API endpoint, then user ID should be there. Let's say user data should be exist in the database, and also it should be verified. If all this case is true, then only he can resend the OTP. Otherwise, he can't resend OTP. Okay, so now what it will generate a password reset OTP. I think I have used this validation here. Okay, so don't worry. Okay, we can use it here, or I think here also it will be fine. Okay, and then if it's not able to send, like if it's getting an error, then it will send the error if the email exit or reset OTP has been sent. And then we will send this email to the user email. Okay, now let's quickly create our forgot password page also. Okay, so now here we'll go to this forgot password page. Okay, so now I think I have forgot to mention the path. Okay, so don't worry, I will let you know. Path will be forgot password, okay, slash page dot tsx. Okay, now let's copy this code, okay, and paste it here. It's a long code. Okay, now but I will explain you quickly. Okay, first thing, it will take this user email. Okay, so we have used this state for, we have used step state to ensure that we are requesting OTP, or like on which step we user is. Okay, जैसे यूजर क्या OTP रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा है या OTP रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा है, इंटर OTP कर रहा है या रिसेट पासवर्ड के पेज पर स्टेज पर है. Okay, so we are just means ensuring the our step, and then we are handling this error and is loading. And similar, I also handle this recent timer also. Okay, then we have used a use effect, okay, to handle this timer. Okay, countdown timer. And then here you can see the our handle request OTP function. Okay, so what we are doing, we are just, okay, triggering our forgot password API endpoint, and we are passing our email as a, you can say, the JSON body. Here you can say it required, we are passing this email, and then we are just setting our timer 60 seconds, and then we are setting our step to step 2, okay, which will be enter OTP state. So we are on step 2 forget password API endpoint, because if we are user need to, like this is, here you can see this, the function is responsible for resend the OTP. Like say if user want to resend OTP to user email address, then again we'll send this password. Okay, we'll use the same email address and we'll send this password, and at last we'll use this handle reset password. And what it will do, it will reset the password. First it will verify the password, like this API endpoint is pending, we will implement it. Okay, and here you can see our user interface. Okay, so you can refer this code. Okay, now let's test our application. So here is our forget password page. Now you can see how it look like. So if user click on this forget password, okay, so it will come to this forget password page where user will enter his email address. Okay, so let's enter this email address, and then he will click on this send OTP button. So what it will do, it will send an OTP to the user email address. Okay, just wait for some time until it sent the OTP to user email address. Now here you can see enter sorry, OTP has been sent. Now here user need to enter here the verification code, and here you can say recent OTP. So we can test our recent OTP button also. Now meanwhile you can verify if OTP has been sent or not. So if you go to our mail tray, here you can say now this time I got a reset your password mail. Okay, now earlier we are getting this verify your email address mail with the subject. Now this time we have got the mail related to our reset password. Okay, now just test our recent OTP function also. And here also if you want to show a message, you can show the message also, okay, to the user. Okay, now if I click on this resend OTP, now let's wait for some time. Let's see if it able to send OTP or not. Now you can say OTP has been sent. Now if I go to our mail trap, if I refresh, let's see if I got a OTP or not. Here you can say I got a OTP a few seconds ago. Now let's quickly implement a message also. So the message. So for that, what I will do, I will create a new state. First, so send let's say OTP message. Okay, set so send OTP message. It will be a use state. By default, it will be a false. Otherwise, there's this email. Sorry, error. Yeah, there's no error. Now what I will do? Okay, so when I should make this send OTP message to true. Let's say once user has request a new OTP. Okay, so in the finally state, I will change this to true. Okay, and here I will make sure it should be false earlier, and also handle resend OTP. Okay, I will make sure it should be false, and in the finally state I will make it true. Okay, and initially it should be false. Okay, that's it. Now in the step 2, okay, now in step 1 user will enter his email address, so we don't need to show our message there. Then in step 2 we can show our message. Okay, so let's say above this verification code we can show our message, but first we need to wrap our code with React synthetic sugar code. Okay, like this. And then what I will do, I will go to my, let's say, page, let's say on which page I have implemented, I think, verify email. I can go to verify email. Okay, and here I can copy this code. Okay, okay, here I will write one condition. Okay, condition will be so send OTP message. If this is true, then only show this div. Okay, now let's save it. If it is false, then don't, it will, this message will not be appear. Okay, so now let's enter this email address. So I will enter this email address. Okay, like this. Let's hit the send. Now here you can say I got a message, let's say OTP sent to your email address. Okay, now let's wait for resend OTP function also. Okay, so now let's test this resend OTP. Now if I click this resend OTP, you can say message has gone. Now let's see, after successfully send OTP, I got this message, OTP sent to your email address. Okay, now let's refresh it. Okay, now hit this button, and now let's copy this verification code, and now here you can say I successfully redirected to the reset password page. Okay, but before reset our password, okay, we need this reset password API. Okay, so let's create this API endpoint. So here we have created this send verification OTP. Okay, so API we have created forget password API, and now the only API which is remaining is okay reset password with OTP. Okay, so just create this API endpoint. If you copy this file path, go to our VS Code. Okay, so here create a new file, paste a path. Okay, now let's copy the code also and paste it here. Save it. Now what it will do, it will take user ID, OTP and password as an argument. Okay, so let's say request body validation, you can see here, and then here we are just checking password length. Password length should not be less than 8 character. Okay, and then we are calling this verify OTP function to verify the OTP, and we are passing the type is reset. Okay, if it's valid, then we'll reset our password with this function. Okay, and then if everything's correct, then it will return this password reset successfully. Okay, now let's test it. Here I will pass a new password, admin@1234, admin@1234. Now let's click on this reset password. I should reset my password. You can see password has been resetted. Okay, here you can see you can pass a message also, your password has been changed or something related to it. Okay, so I will leave this to you guys. If you want to show this message, you can show it here. Okay, now I think everything is done. Okay, so now in the API we have created API for the, let's say, login inside this NextAuth, for sign up, for verify email, for okay resend OTP, and for reset password and forget password. We have created this API endpoint. So here you can see we need 1 2 3 4 5 and 6 API endpoint. And if you go to refer the documentation, you can see how many API which we are going to need. 1 user for sign up API, 2 3 4 5. Okay, I think which is correct. 1 2 3 4 5. Yeah. And now how many pages which we are going to need? The page which we are going to need is sign up page, verify email page, okay, login page, forgot password page, okay, and the dashboard page. So how many pages? 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. I think is the home page. Now let's see page. Let's verify. 1 2 3 4 5 6 reset password, and 7 is dashboard. I think one page is we are, it's a home page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 page we need. Okay, so verify 1 2 3 4 5 6 only, we have only 6. तो हम कौन सा पेज यहाँ पर बोल रहे हैं? Okay, you can see home page is the page.tsx. We have sign up page, we already have the sign up page. Verify email page we have. Then we need login page and forgot password page. Login page and forgot password page we have. Reset password, okay, we don't have the reset password. Okay, and I don't think so we need a reset password page because we are not using it anywhere. Yes, we don't need this reset password. Okay, okay, because we have already have this reset password into our I think on forget password we are calling this reset password page. Okay, yes, we don't need to create this reset password externally because we are handling it into our forget password page itself. Okay, so we don't need this, so we can leave it now. After creating all the pages, okay, let's say we have created the dashboard page also, so we need our middleware. And why do we need this middleware? You can say middleware is designed to manage the user authentication and control access to a specific page into your application. like in simple word, हमें middleware की जरूरत है अपने application में access control specific page को control provide करने के लिए. So let's say we want only a certain, let's say, authenticated user to visit the home page. Now currently if you can see I am not logged in, okay, but instead if I want to go to my, let's say, dashboard page, so let's say if I'm at home page, now if I want to click on the dashboard page, so I should still be able to navigate to dashboard page, but this should not be case if I'm not logged in. Okay, then it should navigate me to the login page. Okay, so this thing we can protect by using middleware. Okay, so what I will do, I can copy this code and into my root directory. What I will do, I will create a folder file called middleware.ts. okay, I will create a file with this name, and now what I will do, I will paste the code. And what it will do, like this will, like this function middleware, it will take a path name from the request, and also it will get the token from the NextAuth JWT taken. If you remember in the auth, okay, we have created a callback function named with JWT, where we have stored user ID, email, and name. Okay, so we'll get the token from the session. Okay, and also now we'll check if public path. Okay, so now our public path should be home page only. Now here we'll check if public path and token is there. Okay, then user should be able to redirect to dashboard, otherwise it should redirect to the login page. Okay, so now let's try. If I click on this go to dashboard page, so now let's say if I able to navigate to dashboard or not. It should navigate me to the login page. Let's refresh it. Okay, now let's try again. Go to dashboard page. Now you can say I am not able redirected to the dashboard. Instead of it, it redirect me to the login page. Okay, now quickly log in to our application. webdev IT6 and password is admin@123. Let's click on this sign in. Okay, I think I have changed the password. Let's try with 1234. Let's click on sign in. Now I am the dashboard page. Now let's go to the home page. Okay, now let's go to the login page. Now I'm not able to redirect to the login page. If I go to the sign up also, okay, I should able to redirect to the dashboard only. So you can see with this middleware, okay, authenticated user cannot access the login and sign up page, and unauthenticated user cannot access the dashboard page. Okay, so our application is successfully created. Now if I click on this sign up, we can go to the see our login page. Okay, so that's it, guys. I think we have implemented every feature into our application. Okay, so if you have watched this let's say live stream till now. So congratulations guys, you have made it, and we have successfully created our application authentication into our Next.js application. Okay, so you can tell your experience, sorry, yes, your experience in the chat box or comment section. Okay, and also if you have any query or any suggestion for me, you can message in the comment box, because I will going to end this live session, okay, in just a minute. Okay, just a conclusion is remaining. And one more thing guys, okay, if you found this video interesting and helpful from for you, okay, please make sure to like this live stream. And also if you are new to my channel, please make sure to subscribe. Okay, I will see you in the next video or live stream. Until then, take care and happy coding guys. See you. Bye bye.